Good morning and welcome to the August 13th, 2019 Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting. We'll begin. I call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, do you want to start closed session?
Item 1 on the closed session agenda is conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins, regarding employee organization, Calaveras County Sheriff's Management Unit.
Is there any public comment regarding the Calaveras County Sheriff's Management Unit in this board action?
Yes, there is. Hello. How's everybody doing today? You guys look great. In 2015, I had to come back to the county because there was things were in chaos up in West Point. We were having problems on the property, and the one saving grace was the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department, and I'd like you to look favorably on them because when I came back, I had several meetings with Gary Kuntz regarding the situation the county was in, and he would always state that I had to do something. Really, it's not my position to do anything in this county. But what I did notice was that the cars they were driving were horrible. You people have done a fine job. You've been here a while in providing for that department, and hopefully you can provide for the workers as well. So look favorably on them. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 2.
Item number 2, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, closed session with County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization, Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association.
Is there public comment regarding this item?
Yes, much the same. Looking favorably on these people because they are our defense against the bad ones, the people that want to do harm, the people that want to cause chaos. This morning, I will be over at the Sheriff's Department because there was an incident this weekend. I wasn't around. I came back late last night, and I have some things I have to do. Of course, it regards the Jeff property, and as you know, that's a criminal element over there, and we rely on these people to protect us. We also rely on the county, and we'll be talking a little more about that.
Thank you. Item number 3.
Item 3, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Donald Otten v. County of Calaveras, case numbers ADJ 9561858 and ADJ 101-39270.
Public comment regarding this item.
I know absolutely nothing about that, but usually in a case like this, the county's in the wrong because, let's face it, you don't have the best counsel in the world.
Item number 4.
Item 4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4.
Is there any public comment regarding this item?
As you know, there's not much information given on these items, so you basically can jive it into, as long as it's relevant, whatever you want. So, let's take a situation like this, like the Jeff property. Sooner or later, this is going to turn into legal action against the county. It's inevitable. And I've been saying this for years. You guys should have really condemned that property, in 2016, when the problem really took off and it really heated up. But because of a previous supervisor, Steve Walensky, you ended up in a situation where they gained some rights there, rights that they would not normally have. So, I feel good about taking money from you folks.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, we will move into closed session. Good morning and welcome back to the August 13th, 2019 meeting of the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors. If you are able, will you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Becky, would you please lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to see us paying attention. Very good. We'll move into announcements.
Report of today's closed sessions. Item 1, conference with labor negotiator. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization, Calaveras County Sheriff's Management Unit. There was no reportable action taken. Item 2, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, closed session with County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization, Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association. There was no reportable action taken. Item 3, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Donald Otten v. County of Calaveras, case numbers ADJ 9561858 and ADJ 101-39270. There was no reportable action taken. And item 4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. There was no reportable action taken.
Okay, we'll move on to the rest of the announcements.
Announcements. This is a time for county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, only to announce that a week ago Thursday, in conjunction with the Calaveras and the Tuolumne Environmental Health Departments, Supervisor Rutherford from Tuolumne County, we also had the Bureau of Reclamation present. 2 members of the Water Board went out to Maloney's and did a random sampling at various locations that we chose, and they were unable to find any toxic genes present in the blooms that were in the water there. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't be cautious when swimming or with your dogs, but at the same time, they will be doing some additional testing just to ensure over the holiday weekend that everything continues to be safe. So New Maloney's is a good spot right now, but it doesn't mean that every pond and reservoir in Calaveras County is safe. So I just want to be sure that people exercise caution, especially with their animals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Announcements from staff?
Good morning, Board. Jeff White, your interim chief building official. I want to give you an update on Track It. The go-live date will be August 29th, and what that means is we will have a shutdown on the Wednesday before because of a software migration of data. So we're trying to get everybody aware of the limitations that we will be up against during that particular day. If all goes well, and we don't have any reason to believe it won't go well, we will have training for staff. There will be a representative from Track It here to in our office to keep track it, and so we'll see how everything goes and work out the bugs. So we want to make sure that we have some signs up on our counter to make public aware of that particular date as being limited amount of processing that we can do. So that's where we are with Track It right at the moment, and if you have any questions, Stan could probably do the technical piece.
Thank you very much. Josh?
Good morning, Board. Joshua Pack, your Director of Public Works. Just bringing and working with the clerk, identified a clerical error in item 12 of today's agenda. It doesn't affect the item going before you. But in the agenda, in the discussion and summary, a bond number in the amount of $160,500 was listed. That's the incorrect amount. The correct amount is $372,000. It is correct in the package to you today, but just the language in here, it was a clerical error from a prior item. I apologize about that error. Wanted to bring it to your attention. It does not affect the item being approved today, but in working with the clerk, we recommended that this was the appropriate action to bring to your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cohen?
I was really going to try not to cry. I just wanted to, and in case anyone in the public has missed any announcements or rumors or anything, my last day with the county will be September 1st. It's been an honor to serve the constituents of this county and the taxpayers of this county. It's really been an honor. I really appreciate this board and the prior boards in working with me and supporting with me. Really special department heads and staff here that we have at the county. I'm going to miss a lot of those relationships. We've done a lot of really good things here. I'm here every day trying to work on transition in my office. I've done a really good job building my office up, so I have no concerns in terms of them being able to move forward, getting through the audit that's coming up, and moving on. My assistant auditor controller, Kathy Gomes, will be assuming my responsibilities until the board takes an action for appointment. It's my recommendation for appointing my assistant, Kathy Gomes, for the remainder of my term. Again, my door is open. If any of you have any questions before I head on out to my next adventure. And, I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate working with all of you. And, I'm sorry I'm going to miss the cannabis conversations that are coming up. No, I'm not. And, it's really been a treasure, and this has been really special in my career. So thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the board, I'd like to thank you very much for your 13 years, right, of service to the county, and friendships that you've made and work that we've accomplished together. So
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. I just want to announce the county's plan to move forward with the Voters' Choice Act. What this means in summary is that all voters will be mailed a ballot. We'll have 4 vote centers countywide. The difference between a vote center and a polling place is historically a polling place can only serve those voters that live directly around that location. A vote center will be able to serve all voters countywide, so any voter could go to any vote center and exchange their ballot, vote in person, or drop off a ballot. 2 of those locations will be open 10 days prior to the election, and another 2 locations will be open 4 days, including Election Day. We have our election administration plan, which basically outlines the county's process and what we're going to do with this new act and how we're going to run elections. That is on our website, and it's open for public comment and review. Important dates to note are August 23rd, we'll be holding a public meeting, as well as a language accessibility meeting. August 26th, we'll be holding a voters accessibility meeting, meaning basically how to make the locations as accessible as possible to all voters. September 12th, the public comment period ends, and then September 13th, we'll be holding an additional public meeting, after which we'll revise the election administration plan and repost it, and we'll be open for an additional 14-day public comment period. So if anyone has any questions about the plan, please send them our direction. And I want to thank also IT for all of their help. Anytime we have need assistance or have questions about how we're going to get networking somewhere, they're there immediately to help us, so I really think that they should get kudos for that. Facilities also, our new election equipment came in, and we were very fortunate to have the space all set up because facilities did it for us with as little money as possible, I have to say, too. They were very creative to get everything we needed done for cheap. And then HR also, this last week, we even told them how this plan's going to impact. We won't have as many volunteers. We'll need to hire extra hire. And lo and behold, a week later, we have an extra hire posting open for 18 positions. So thank you to everyone who's helped us.
Ms. Turner, Your public meetings, where will they be held?
They will be at the Chesborough Room so the first 4 will be held at the Chesborough Room in the library.
Are there any plans to hold them in other parts of the county?
We initially will not hold them. We'll hold them here, but once we start moving and we're advertising how this election plan will change, we'll have different meetings around the county explaining the difference with the election and showing the new equipment.
But that will be after the public comment period's closed, though, correct?
It will be after the public comments period's closed. I am happy to go anywhere anyone invites me. If somebody wants to host a meeting and invite me to talk about it, I will show up. But we don't have the resources initially. We already have our money pretty well put away for where we need to spend it. But if somebody wants to host a meeting and invite me to come talk about it, I'm more than happy to attend any meeting.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. See no further staff announcements. I have one quick announcement to make. We will be having a board meeting on the 20th. We had discussed not having one. We'll have one agenda item that has to do with the sheriff's background check for cannabis. It'll be the first of 2 readings, so we're going to have 2 bites of this apple. A large part of the reason for the timing of this meeting is in order to get the process going so that we could get these pieces behind us. So I want to make that announcement to the board and the public. There'll be an announcement coming out officially with the agenda items, but there'll be a meeting on the 20th. So we will move on to, we have one announcement. We have Shannon, our archivist. Madam Clerk.
So item 5 is from the clerk recorder to receive a presentation from the county archivist regarding historical photographs on display in the board chambers.
I'd like to welcome you all up to stands, and if anybody has not visited our archives, you need to. They're amazing.
Good morning, Rebecca Turner, clerk recorder. As you've noticed, we have new pictures in the board chambers today, and Shannon is going to discuss each picture briefly and how it was selected and the events involved. And then she's also going to briefly talk about some of the interesting things that she does as archivist.
Hi, good morning. So I guess we'll just go around the room. The first photo over here is Parrott's Ferry. So before large bridges were built, we had to be able to cross rivers. And so this ferry operated around where Parrott's Ferry Bridge currently is. These ferries were privately owned and operated, but they were with permission from the Board of Supervisors, who would set fees for passengers. So the fees would vary depending on if it was a single rider, whether it was a team, and weight, and that was approved and set by the Board of Supervisors. This actual ferry here was started by Mr. Parrott, hence the name Parrott's Ferry. Had nothing to do with birds. So Thomas Parrott purchased this ferry in 1871. So the ferry was already operating much earlier than that. The next photo you see also has to do with the importance of water in the county. This is the Utica Ditch. The Utica Ditch brought water down from Upper Highway 4 corridor down to Murphy's and Angels Camp. And this is the ditch tender. It was a position that the Utica company would hire a person to tend the ditch, to keep it clear of debris. And this is him with his family enjoying a day walking along the ditch. The next photo that you see in the back here, this is the roundhouse at the Murphy's Rancheria. The Northern Miwok, of course, were the first people here. They are indigenous. They came about 1,500 years ago. This was above the Ora Plata mine off of Sheep Ranch Road above Murphy's. It no longer exists. It's not there, but you can drive out Sheep Ranch Road and see the old mine and look up on the ridge, and that is where this rancheria would have been. In the back, this is down in the Copperopolis area. This is a hauling ore from the mines, and this is, of course, a little bit later, so that there is this railroad. So this is more like turn of the century. And this is transporting the ore from Telegraph City, which is kind of our local ghost town now, to Milton, where the train terminus was for the county, to take the ore further down. The next one here, this is the manual mill. This is up near Arnold on San Antonio Creek. Logs were very important in the early history of the county. They were used not only for constructing towns, but they were also used for building flumes and supporting ditches. And later they were used as timbers for the underground mines that began around the 1880s. And so in order to get the mills from the location, they would use the waterways and push the log to the mill to cut it down for lumber. The last photo here kind of shows the importance of agriculture in the region. This is the Gardella Winery. This is right outside of McCullummy Hill. We had a few large wineries in the early history, but mostly it was cattle ranching and orchards down in the Burson and Wallace area. Vineyards have made a resurgence in the middle of the 1900s, 1950s, 60s. We saw sort of a resurgence, but this is one of our earliest ones, the Gardella family who purchased this vineyard. So all of these photos come from the county archives. The county archives houses basically public records, the county's public historic records. Our records date from about 1851 through about 1940. In addition to the public records, families have donated items to the county. So we have a large collection of donated items where most of these photographs came from. They are county property once they're donated to the archive. The archives focus on conservation of their collections. We also have a research room that's open 15 hours a week. We've done some pretty fun research here lately. I worked on a History Channel documentary on D.B. Cooper. There was a local man who lived in Valley Springs who the FBI suspected of being D.B. Cooper, and so the History Channel did a very large documentary and used the archives to research this man and his time in Valley Springs. The archives has also been recently used for the federal litigation on the Sheep Ranch Rancheria, which is governed by it's not the BIA anymore, it is the Department of the Interior, who determines tribal status. And so there have been some issues going on there, and they have had lawyers come in to try to trace the genealogy of our Sheep Ranch tribe. There have also been 2 books on the Calaveras County brands published using the records from the county archives, the cattle brands. There were also, of course, horse brands and other things there, so we have 2 history books there. The photographs are really popular, so there have been multiple books published using the photographs from the archives, including Northern Calaveras County, Around Murphy's, Angels in Copperopolis, The Big Trees, and Wineries of the Gold Country have all used the resources at the archives. So it is open to the public. I encourage people to come in, check out our resources. If you have things that you would like to preserve and you're not sure that your family is very happy or about keeping these things around, the archives is one of the perfect places to sort of donate them, to make sure that others can enjoy your family histories or your business histories or anything like that. Any questions? Anything to add on these wonderful photos that turned out very nice?
I would,
How are you funded?
We are an office of the clerk recorder, so I am funded through the clerk recorder.
I would,
General fund, it's a mandated department, however.
Oh,
well, I would like to thank you. I also like to thank the clerk recorder for helping bankroll this art display of our Calaveras history. I think it shows our diverse industrial and people. I would encourage you all to take a close look at these photos. There's some interesting details as you go through and look at the people and what they're doing or where they're picnicking in some of these photos. And I encourage everybody to go down to the archives. Although it's in Supervisor Toffanelli's district, I have to admit, there's nothing I enjoy more than digging through those old records, and I think it's one of the most complete histories in the state of California, as I understand.
It is. We have researchers come in from New York, And back east, anybody who wants to do any gold rush history, it is one of the most complete collections in the state of California on early gold rush documents.
Thank you. Supervisor Mills.
And just an interesting point too is that for those families that have a lot of these old documents, you would be very interested in taking them.
I would be, yes.
Because I'm sure that as these families age and they don't see the importance of them to keep them in the family, but it's important to the history of the county that we make that available to them to be able to come to you and sort through what might be very critical in documenting our history.
Yeah, so once something is donated, it is public record and is open to come and you can reproduce it and all of those things. So it is still available. It is just conserved in an area where you don't have to worry about it disappearing or being separated.
I hope that at some point this board takes up the facilities and we can figure out how to keep our treasures safe.
Yes.
But thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. And thank you, Rebecca, for helping make this happen. And Madam Clerk, thank you for your work on this as well. Both of you. Thank you. We'll move on to general comment, public comment.
General public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Justin will be talking to you in a moment, and he has some very interesting things to tell you. There's a lot I want to talk to you about, but I have to narrow it down. I just spent a week up in Humboldt County seeing how regulation works, and I wanted to talk to you about the general plan as well and some problems I see there, and how the meeting was run, but not negative. But I want to talk to you about something that happened this week in a conversation I had. And the conversation was with my significant other and her female friends, as well as some people, gay and lesbians, and we're just sitting around and having this conversation. And it came to race. The conversation came to race. And I told her, you'd never realize that when you want to argue with me in a public place, I either walk away or don't converse with you. And she said, no, what was that about? I told her, you never, as a person of color, you never argue with a blonde, blue-eyed, younger woman or a woman at all, because immediately people will come to her defense, and oftentimes in a very rough manner. So she was surprised about that, and some of the other ladies who had dated people of color said, no, that's true. I've had conversations with my significant other or boyfriend about that, and it is true. So if you remember back last year, I gave Megan your county council performance review, and in that review, I stated her work experience, her education, and later on in that meeting, former supervisor Steve Walensky came up here, violated the board's policies by talking about something that wasn't that item on the agenda, and came to her defense saying that I had leveled an attack against her. This is off the, I leveled an attack against her. Well, when you're using facts, it's not an attack. And then that opened the door to basically hate speech later on by members of the public that came before you at a later time. and just screamed my name and screamed, and the bulletin boards were open with racial epithets. That is racism. That's racism. That's true racism.
Thank you very much. Ms. Newman?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Justin Buller. I'm an attorney with experience in the cannabis industry, and I've worked with cannabis business operators, as well as the City of San Jose City Attorney's Office, where I handled marijuana enforcement actions and shut down illegal cannabis businesses. I have recently moved from San Jose to Valley Springs with my wife, and we hope to raise our family here in Calaveras County. I believe that my experience working in the legal market, as well as on the enforcement end shutting down these businesses, could be a great asset the county can utilize in drafting these new ordinances and ultimately enforcing them. So I have corresponded actually with you, Moretta Calloway, and I greatly appreciate your timely responses. I've also met with Ethan Turner of the County Counsel's Office to kind of just get more of a feel for how Calaveras County has been dealing with cannabis issues since I am new here. And I'm here today to offer you my services to help not only draft these regulations, but also ultimately enforce them in any capacity that the board or the county council sees fit. I'm a true believer in this industry, and after seeing what happened in the Bay Area and in San Jose, where big businesses have become rampantly infiltrating local small grassroots businesses, I want to ensure that Calaveras County gets the local and community support, and that the benefit of this cannabis program goes to locals and to the community and not to big business. I know that the initial draft of the regulations are set to come out very soon, and I would love to engage in discussions with county staff, board members, whenever it's convenient. I am here to work hard and long hours for you guys, because I know that this could be a great economic stimulus for this county if it is done right. This is a huge opportunity, and I know that it's going to take a lot of time, effort, and patience. I know that there's contention among community members about whether or not they even want this industry here. I want to make sure that everybody's heard, listened to, and that the community benefit of cannabis is felt and stays in Calaveras County and not into the pockets of bigger corporations. I hope to meet with you all and talk more in the future, and I'm here open as a resource. Again, my name is Justin Buller, and I will reach out more again to you as well, Megan. I think I sent you an email, but like I said, I really just want to be involved in this process because I want to be a local. I want to stay here. I want to raise my family. We are having our first baby in March, and I think that there's a great opportunity here to raise up this county. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Good morning, Bonnie.
Good morning. My name is Bonnie Newman. I'm from Double Springs, and as if you didn't know, Calaveras County sponsors a program called In-Home Supportive Services. Although it is a county program, somehow all the counties were able to wiggle their way out of responsibility by creating a program called the Public Authority, which makes a firewall between you and the 330 workers who have not received a pay raise in 9 years. And because of the incompetence of our union, we're not expecting to receive one because our union is not stepping up and supporting the workers, the 330 people who are now working at minimum wage. 9 years ago, we were making $2 an hour above the minimum wage. Today, we're just minimum wage workers. And although there's something on the agenda later, I want to focus on the wages that the home care workers have not been receiving for 9 years. The average worker works about 120 hours a month. That's about $1,200, $1,300 a month. And it's not a living wage. If you have a family to support, if you have a mortgage to pay, if you've got bills like utilities, it doesn't go very far, $1,300. Fortunately, we have a pretty low standard of living in Calaveras, so our bills are not as high as they would be, let's say, in the Bay Area or even in Stockton. So we're able to eke out a living by cutting back, sacrificing, and denying ourselves, in some respect, some of the benefits that most county workers have. Most workers in IHSS do not have health insurance. Most workers will never be able to enjoy overtime or any of the other benefits, sick leave, vacation time. So I just want to remind you that the IHSS home care workers are here in this county, 330 of them. They provide services for about 360 blind, disabled, and frail individuals, seniors also, who are not able to care for themselves. So thank you for your time. Do not forget about the IHSS workers in the future.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Bonnie.
you.
Ms. Corda?
When I was a home care worker, so I would work like 2 days back to back, and I did better that way. Or I lived as a live-in person, and that was it meant you were dealing with a whole lot of different people, and from home care nurses to your fellow employees. And it's a very exhausting, stressful job because of all the people you're dealing with. And you're the last person on the totem pole. And so I really give a hand to the people that are willing to do that kind of work. There's a lot more people coming to do, that are going to need it, including me. But anyway, I came to talk about Ferguson, Missouri, and how it became known to me from the news that a young black man got shot by a cop. The aftermath was a worldwide news of a community imploding on itself. Caught in the drama was the black captain of the police. He attended the young man's funeral. He said at the funeral that he was sorry the parents of the young man that they had lost their son. The parents asked to see him after the funeral. He again told the parents he was sorry that they had lost their son, though the parents at this time said nothing. When the court exonerated the cop that shot the suspect, Ferguson again broke down in chaos and violence. Buildings burned, windows broken, and all that violent behavior. During all this, the black captain continued to reach out to the family of the young man and the community. As time passed and much effort was focused on the healing of the community. So the black captain was at a sports bar with his daughter and her boyfriend. The black captain noticed 4 young white men in camo, and it ended up that he told his daughter and her boyfriend to leave. And
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we will move on to the consent item. Agenda, excuse me.
Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Any board members wish to pull an item? Supervisor Stopper?
Number 11.
Supervisor Duff, no?
Number 13.
Supervisor Callaway?
21.
Any staff wish to pull an item? Public? Bonnie? Number 11, number 15. All right.
Mark this day, Chair. Mark this day. I didn't pull anything.
Hey, I got you, Dennis. You can make the motion to move the remainder.
I so move the remainder.
I second.
Second by Supervisor Stopanelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Okay.
11, I think was.
Item 11 is from Code Compliance to approve the contract with Dirty Works for abatement services in the amount not to exceed $150,000 for a term of 2 years from the date of approval.
Supervisor Stopper.
This has been before us multiple times, but I just, when we move forward with these things, I just have one question. Section 7, fiscal considerations. The parties to this agreement recognize and acknowledge that the county is a political subdivision of the state of California. As such, Calaveras County is subject to the provisions of Article 16, Section 8 of the California Constitution and other similar fiscal and procurement laws and regulations, and may not expend funds for products, equipment, or services not budgeted in a given fiscal year. So this is a consideration when we move forward on anything in the future, when we're contracting out and we're working on anything, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's
Thank you,
all.
sir.
Ms. Newman, you had a question?
Yes, I had a question and I had a comment. The funding source, the $150,000, is that coming out of the general fund? Does anyone know?
Why don't you give us all your questions and then we'll give you.
Okay, well, that's my
That was-
question, and my response may depend on what your response is, but I would also like to say that this Dirty Works is a program designed to destroy the marijuana farms and plants. If an alternative option were made available where the county or whoever is paying the $150,000 were to consider an option, then maybe that money could be saved by the county and the home care workers could finally get a raise. My idea is for the people that are mostly concerned about abatement services, and we're talking about illegal grows, and I guess that's all there is in Calaveras right now, that there are labs in California that I'm not sure they're willing to, but could probably be induced to pay the county for the disposal of the cannabis. The cannabis is the money. That's the big money. Cannabis can be processed and used to create medicine, as we've learned over the past few years. And I would like to see some effort made to find an alternative to the destruction of the money, the plants, the cannabis, rather than just destroying it at a cost of $150,000 from some taxpayer somewhere. And I hope it's not Calaveras County General Fund that's paying this money, but I'm afraid it might be. That's why I'm making a comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Cable, do you want to talk about the source of the funds? The larger issue, Bonnie, the board has not taken up or considered any alternates to destruction at this point.
Thank you. Code compliance as a department is partially funded through the general fund and also through cost recovery and partially through the building department funds as well. Every abatement we do, we are able to recover those costs.
Thank you. Is there any public?
In their entirety?
Potentially,
Potentially.
but it depends, it's case to case.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, and Sabrina, this is not just simply for marijuana eradication. I very much appreciate it, got immediate feedback on the work that was done on the abatement on Rock Creek.
Thank you. Yes, this is all-encompassing, any sort of abatement, cannabis or otherwise.
So
yes.
it isn't just for cannabis.
Yeah.
This covers the full spectrum of 8.06.
Correct.
And there is a lot of work outside of the realm of cannabis
There is?
that you do.
Yes.
So I don't want a misunderstanding here that that's all you do.
No. To the tune of 400 active cases, non-cannabis.
Thank you. And that's my point.
Thank you.
Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing, that was questions from Bonnie, so I'll do public comment. Seeing no public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there a motion?
So moved, sir.
I'll second.
Moved by Supervisor Stopper, second by Supervisor Toffenelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. 13, I think.
Item 13 is from Public Works. 1, to award an RFP 19-0920-40-913 for the construction of the Murphy's Drive Disaster Recovery Project. 2, authorize the board chair to execute an agreement with KW Emerson Incorporated for construction of the Murphy's Drive Repair Replacement Project in an amount not to exceed $297,815 for a period of August 1st, 2019 through December 31st, 2019, and authorize the auditor controller to process a budget general fund reserve transfer in the amount of $448,000 to fully fund this project until such time as the state and federal reimbursement may be received, requiring a 4/5 affirmative vote of the Board of Supervisors.
Supervisor Toffenelli, you have questions?
Yes, I pulled this item because, one, I don't think any time an item is before us that requires a 4/5 vote that takes money from our either contingency or reserves should be on consent. I believe that should be on our regular agenda. The other reason I pulled this is this is the second time within 45 days that we passed a preliminary budget. We're asking to take money out of either reserve or contingencies for an item. I believe this item should be coming before us, should have came before us either at preliminary or at final budget, along with any other items that were missed at preliminary for us to put back up on the board for us to go through. I also want to say that I do support this project. I have from the very beginning. I just disagree with how we're looking to fund it at this time. Again, I believe it should be coming back to us at final budget with any other expenditures that we need to look at in order to finalize our final budget. There's no time frame here, and when this money will be coming back to us from FEMA, there's no guarantee that we will be receiving money from FEMA or the state. I know we are working with them. I'm very well aware of that, but again, it may be years before we see this money, and we're pulling it out of our reserves at this time. So that's the reason I pulled it. I will not support it. I know Josh wants to speak a little bit about it, so I'll turn it over to him to let him speak.
This is also a budget item, so perhaps, Al, do you want to talk about the transfer?
The background on it is less about the transfer and more about the effort that went into the item leading up to this. The auditor's office and Josh's office met and reviewed this project in advance. This was a strategy to bring the project forward. We fully intend to submit for reimbursement until we complete a project and close it out. We can't get the funds back from OES or FEMA, so in order to complete the project and get any reimbursement, we have to move it forward. And I know that's not what Supervisor Toffenelli is contesting, but we have kept the request current with FEMA. They're in the loop on the project, and it's the way to move it forward based on our work with the Auditor's Office and Public Works.
Josh, do you want to add anything?
Sure. So I'm going to pass this around, so there's a worksheet that is on the project. I also have enough copies for the public, for anyone who's interested. And so, really quick, again, my name is Joshua Pack. I'm your Director of Public Works and Transportation. I'll leave these over here for anyone who may be interested. And so, Rebecca Callender, Auditor Controller, is here to talk about the strategy on this. I'm not going to go through each of these bullet items in the interest of time. This is a project that's in our capital improvement program. It's a project that was affected by the 2019 winter storm, or by the 2017 winter storms. The culvert washed out. It's been gone for now 2.5 years. The original budget that was approved in January, and again, an interim, was before we had the actual construction costs, so there wasn't an error in the interim budget. It was just the fact that we didn't know what the actual costs were until we bid the project. So for we have 5 FEMA jobs remaining that we plan to deliver within the next calendar year. They fall, you're fairly familiar with them. We've brought them back to you a number of times. Generally speaking, FEMA projects fall under 2 distinctions. We either, if they're projects that remain on the scope, we continue to move forward. The initial estimates are estimates only. The final costs are generally fully reimbursable through FEMA as long as we're making repairs in kind. So you can't take FEMA money and take a culvert damage and put a new bridge. FEMA is very aware of agencies who make attempts to better, using federal dollars to make betterments. These projects are not doing that. They're holding true to the core of replacing in kind. As a matter of fact, we're replacing the original culvert with the exact same size culvert. We are doing some additional armoring and repairing to make sure those repairs stay in place. That is reimbursable, likely reimbursable through FEMA. So again, this is in kind. That was designed specifically that way, also to expedite the delivery project. We have 2 other projects that are falling under that purview where we're staying within the project scope. We have 2 that, after analysis and design, those projects are outside the scope, so we've submitted reimbursement requests and additional documentation to FEMA. We will not move forward with construction until we have approval from FEMA with those revised scopes, and that's for the Gwynn Mine and Canyon View projects. So we are following the process. We've been keeping FEMA and Calaveras in the loop for the entire duration of this. Every indication is that we've had with them is that these are reimbursable expenses. We do plan to get that. Now, this project's a little different from other projects. Most all federal grants that we receive, bridges, et cetera, are in our reimbursable process. We pay the bill up front. We submit a reimbursement request to the federal government or to the state. They reimburse that. The issue with FEMA, it's different from the other ones, is the traditional grants take 30 to 45 days or so to reimburse. FEMA is notoriously slow, as Supervisor Tofinelli outlined. It can take months. It could take a year or more sometimes to get reimbursement. The reimbursement does occur under most cases, and again, we're aggressively pursuing every cent of this to get reimbursed. However, it does take some time, and the road fund just does not have the liquidity in order to absorb that sort of long-term cost. And so with that said, there are some discussions regarding general fund reserves. Our auditor controller has offered graciously to speak more on that, and I'd ask her to come up if she's available.
So in 2015, when Butte Fire came through, that was our first federal declaration that Calaveras had experienced. And so trying to determine what the actual exposure points were going to be from a resources standpoint took time to really figure out. Part of the discussion before our Butte Fire, which was after Tuolumne County's Rim Fire, was we really need to get that general reserve up because we are potentially going to have a cash flow issue. Right? Because we don't know how long it's going to take to get reimbursed for these expenditures that we're going to incur. So as time has gone on, I can tell you, it takes a really long time. It can take years. And so what we have been doing since 2015 is we have been taking the expenditures and budgeting the expenditures and then budgeting the revenues like we would any other grant program. Right? So you are budgeting your expenditures and then you're budgeting your revenue at the same time with the understanding is as you incur those expenses, you can make a claim, you get the revenue back, and it all will match itself. That isn't what's happening. And so what is occurring year after year after year is we're incurring the expenses, we're making the claim, we might get a portion of the expenditures back, but only up to what the original project approval amount is. So a perfect example is Murphy's Drive. Right now, the notice of obligation under the grant is $149,000. Well, you can tell from the board packet today, it's not going to cost $149,000. So what would happen is we're actively trying to expand the scope of work with Calaveras and FEMA. And then at the same time that the scope of work is getting modified, we're trying to also have them expand the dollar amount, right? To change it from 149,000 to, what was that, 450,000. Sometimes they will, and sometimes they won't. So what happens is they'll say, but don't worry about it. We'll make you whole at the closeout of the project. We'll make you whole at the closeout of the grant. So right now, if you look at Butte Fire, 2017 winter storm, now we're coming into 2018 winter storm, you look at all of them, we have about $3.2 million in outstanding reimbursements that we will not see that money come in until either the closeout of the project or the closeout of the grant. The closeout of the project has a shorter window of time, but to give you an example, on the debris trees, the hazardous burn trees from Butte Fire, we did the first phase of the project. There's another 1,800 trees to remove. We can't remove the second phase 2 trees until that gets through environmental. It can take 18 to 24 months to get through environmental before you can start removing those trees. Once you do that, then you have the actual physical removal of the tree, the felling of the tree. So how long is that project going to take? So if we can't get the reimbursement until either the dollar amount, because right now I think it's 12.5 about what they've approved. We've already spent the 12.5. So any dollar we spend now, we are waiting, right? So we're still working with them to try to add additional dollars to that project. If they can't add additional dollars to that project, we'll get reimbursed at the close of the project, which again, that could be 2 years from now. In the case of the match, we've talked about this repeatedly, where the debris and the emergency protective measures, normally there would be a 6.25% match, local match to the county, except on debris and emergency protective measures. We won't have to pay the 6.25. However, we will not get the 6.25 until the close of the grant. So think about Butte Fire. How long is it going to take us to close out that grant? Well, if the project for the the debris trees, the burn trees, is going to take another 2 years, we can't close that grant until 2 to 3 years. So it could take 2 to 3 years before we're going to see that 6.25% reimbursement back to the county. Not to mention the fact that the size of the project is so big, they withhold a 10% retainage. The state does and FEMA does. So 10%, no matter what, is getting retained. And they won't release that money until the close of the project. So there's all these windows that we're kind of fighting with. And so what has historically been happening, where we have been utilizing cash carry, we've been utilizing current year operating revenue, we have reached the point where we just can't afford that anymore. So for the first time, what my recommendation is we actually have to open up the reserve, and we're going to have to utilize the reserve for the purpose of what that reserve is for. And with the understanding that a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 4 years from now, when that revenue comes in, it will repay the reserve. But the reality is you're going to probably have to pull $3 million out of the general reserve Otherwise, we are exposing the general fund to a huge void. And that's not really fair to the general fund in terms of putting strain on its operating resources, because these aren't operating expenditures. These are disaster recovery projects that have to occur. And we are going to get the revenue. It's just we're not going to get the revenue tomorrow. We're going to get it at some point in time, whether it be when Calaveras and FEMA approve the change in scope, approve the change in dollar amount, or at the close of the project, or at the close of the grant. And that could happen in 6 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years from now. So it really does mean that historically, since I've been here back to 2006, we've never hit the general reserve. It's been there. We've added money to it. We've utilized it from a pooled cash perspective in terms of cash flow, but we've never drawn from it. And this will be the first time that, you know, I'm really advocating we're going to have to draw from the reserve. It's a little uncomfortable because we're hitting fire season. And so, you know, if we pull $3 million out of the general reserve, then that's only going to leave us, you know, I think it's 5.2 right now, so we'd be still there with a little over 2. But I think that's where we're at. And so, you know, the issue at this point is just timing. So if we wait until final budget for this, that means that he can't move forward on that project. So between now and, you know, the final budget would be adopted the end of September, so he wouldn't be able to start doing any form of work until October, November, December. So if it doesn't get approved till final. So I think it's just trying to, you know, get ahead of it with the understanding of, we completely acknowledge, I mean, there's been an absolute delay in getting this stuff forward. So I'm very appreciative of Mr. Pack, because he's done, I think, a really good job at trying to identify these projects, getting updated information, and pushing them forward. I don't disagree. It would have been ideal to have this included as part of recommended, but just things don't always align the way that they need to. So regardless of what happens, I think that you're right. It does, you do need to see everything in front of you, but I think at the end of the day, there's going to have to be a pull from the reserve. There's not any other way to shore up the budget without it overall.
Thank you. Any other questions for Supervisor Toffenau?
Rebecca, 13 years you've been here. Historically, at midterm, do we not tap in a huge amount to contingencies? Last year, I think it was close to $1 million.
Yeah.
Yes, and historically, that's been, right now, because we've tapped into reserve already this year, within 30 days of the prelim, we were already tapping into it.
Well,
for whatever reason, not the reserve, contingency.
Yeah,
but my point is, historically, at midterm, we're deluged on items that need to be addressed. So if we completely take all the money out of contingency, we have to replace it with reserve. That's why reserve is there. You're right for emergencies, but this project is now 3 years old. At what point does it not become an emergency? And again, I've been on this project and aware of this project and pushing this project from the beginning back in 2017. I just feel at this time, and I understand what you're saying about delaying the project, but we don't know. Nothing's been presented to this board coming into final, whether we're going to have to tap into contingencies at that time on final, where we stand money-wise, anything. I just don't think it's proper at this time to tap into reserve before we have all that information final in front of us, so we know where we're at, and going into midterm, what's left of our contingencies that we may have to be pulling out of reserve to restock that. And yes, you use it for cash flow. You have some different areas now available to you, which if you didn't, the PG&E monies or other things, you would be going into reserve to keep the money flowing as in past years. So I just think it's a little contentious here to start 45 days into a preliminary budget, tapping into reserve that amount. Again, I'm not against the project. I've been behind it from the beginning. But I just think this conversation needs to be had either with a different funding source or waiting till final budget so we know what all the numbers are before we make this decision. So also one other point with FEMA, and you brought this up to us when we were discussing the PG&E settlement funds and how to distribute them, and you won't be around. We had to take $1 million out of that settlement funds to satisfy FEMA at a future date because we may not be getting that money back with the way we did things.
And
So I'm just pointing out, nothing is in stone. Even the Butte fire that you said, if we didn't do everything right, or we don't do everything on these projects completely to satisfy FEMA, no matter what they're saying now, when it comes time for them to write the check and distribute the money, they may say something different. So,
and this is a perfect, this is exactly why they, on a project for the burn trees, which has been thus far about $12 million, this is exactly why they retain 10%. Because they're assuming there is going to be something that they don't like. And so they don't want to be out that money. They'd rather us be out that money. So that's why that 10% exists on a large project like that. So, I will say prior to me leaving, I've tried to go through all of the disaster budgets, and anything that is, that I see is going to be a critical issue, a material issue. I have given that to the CAO in his office. If we don't, as part of final, if we don't pull money out of the reserve, you will have no contingent. Just with those material adjustments that need to be made, you will have zero contingent. So that's that, and that is all related to these disaster recovery budgets. And it's just, they don't operate in the same way that any other grant that we have. Usually we can align the expenses and the revenue. These are ones you just can't.
Supervisor Mills.
Thank you. I think this has been a frustration with this Murphy's Drive project. And although it is a safety issue, I think that this board probably needs to have a separate discussion at some point in the near future about policy. And policy is do we make substantial budget adjustments after prelim and then not have that full conversation? In other words, what we should be able to anticipate as best possible in the preliminary budget as to what could be out there. And my concern is what else might be there. And those surprises have yet to be revealed, but may require additional budget. I just assume not have any budget adjustments between prelim and final. Then when we go to final, we can have those conversations and have a real clear settling at that point, rather than try to pull these pieces up and together. I'm really having some concerns about the words likely reimbursable, and also the potential disallowances that may come out of all of this, and that even the $1 million that we've set aside might not be enough. So I just want to be sure that at some point we have a separate discussion as a policy matter of how we're going to handle the time windows between the preliminary budget and the final budget, and what we would consider as important and necessary to put in there, and what really needs to just hang on until we get to September, and then we can make those decisions, rather than try to make a whole series of decisions in the interim and then look back at September and go, oh my, what did we do? Because there could be things that still could shuffle and change, and I just have a real problem with trying to do it in this particular way especially with budget adjustments.
Supervisor Callaway?
I think we're forgetting the constituency here that have been before the prior board and this board on this issue. And it was supported, and thanks to the current Public Works, this project has finally come to fruition. And there had been no comment from this board at any time that we shouldn't be looking at the winter storm damage. The concerns of Supervisor Tuffanelli, I generally would support that. And I agree with Supervisor Mills, this should be a discussion, but it's not a discussion for this project. We are locked into how late we can work in the creek. And if we wait until final budget, we don't know where the contractor's going to be on his workload. He is committing to this project and for this time frame. And if we're now saying you're going to have to wait another couple of months, that isn't fair to him. He might not be available at that time. We're going to miss the deadline for being able to get out of the creek. We know we're going to have to pull from reserves, whether we do it now or whether we do it in September. The issue is still before us. And we have other winter storm projects. That's part of why we have a reserve, or part of why we have a contingency. This hasn't been easy for the county since the Butte fire. I understand that. But I think by waiting, we're going to be pushing this project out another year, or at least until the spring. And then the price of it also could change. And that means renegotiating with FEMA again. I think it would be a disservice to the community who's been waiting, and to a commitment that the prior board and this board has made to that community that we will fix the Murphy's Drive. And so I encourage my colleagues to support the items that's before us.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring, I'm sorry.
Is it going to be 2 years to do an environmental and something else study before it can be done? Because that's what I understood. I guess I got my wires crossed, but if there's so many rules and regulations that it puts a project down the line so far, that's the trouble with so much governmental regulation. You can't plan, you can't do anything spontaneously. It's horrible. And that's why I don't believe in all these rules and regulations and onerous oversight.
Ms. Newman?
When we're talking about shuffling around money, I just have a question about money. How much is in the general fund? How much is in reserve? How much is in contingencies? And how much is in teeter? And are there any other funding sources that the county has access to that are not general reserve, contingency, or teeter?
Thank you. Any other further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Further discussion or any motion? Supervisor Mills, your light is on.
Chair, I'd be willing to support this simply because it is a public safety issue, with a clear understanding that this board will come back and maybe get an understanding of the Budget Act and to establish a discussion around the policies of how we deal with transfers between the preliminary and the final budget. If that's not going to happen, then I won't support it.
We can discuss anything we want at budget time. I mean, there's nothing stopping us. I guess the first item would be to authorize the auditor controller to process the general fund reserve transfer in the amount of $448,000 to fund the project. If there is no support to do that, then we do not have a project to approve. So I move the portion to authorize the transfer.
I have a couple questions.
We have a motion on the table. I think according to process, I have discretion. Gary, your question.
Thank you. I believe there's other funding sources that can come before us besides going into reserve. First question I have of you, Josh, is if this is a go forward, Fish and Wildlife will not allow them in the creek after October 5th, just like Cosgrove Creek after October 15th or whatever it is, or before November 1st or something. Is there a projected schedule of completion for this project if it starts September 1st?
Yeah, Supervisor Tofinelli, I believe there's a 30-day construction window for this, so you are correct. There's the permits which we do have in hand. Those are approved by Fish and Wildlife and the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Those permits allow October 15th. There is a little bit of flexibility depending on the seasons to give another couple of weeks. Right now with this current schedule, assuming the board approves it today, we have a little bit of wiggle room. The idea is if assuming the contractor starts sometime shortly after Labor Day, they should be complete right around October 15th. So if this does get delayed until final budget, we would not be able to deliver that project this construction season.
So given that information and we're complete with the project, at that time we can then bill FEMA for the grant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I see Rebecca saying yes to both of you saying yes. So with that time frame, if we use money from somewhere other than general fund, we're looking at FEMA possibly paying us, giving us a check to pay us back sometime within 9 months, 10 months, that time frame. So if we used money from another funding source for that period of time, other than reserve, because I have just some problems using reserve right now before final, not knowing where we're going because of a lot of other issues that are going on, that funding is going to be coming out of general fund to pay for. If we use, I know we have teeter, and we're using teeter in this current budget, but we've used teeter for the same items, and we've never completed during the year for the capital improvement projects and other projects. We've always carried it over, and I'm not sure at this point at least $1 million of that is going to be expended this year, this coming year, within the time frame of what we could recover in money. It's possible, like we did the year before, or the year before, we expended the money when Tim was here, and then we got it paid back, and it was used again. So I'm not sure that at this point it couldn't come out of teeter with the funding going back, being how short schedule and time frame this project is, and how quickly we can get it done to go back before we even tap into it. It may not be this year, those capital projects we see coming to fruition or even spending all of that funding. So I think there is other areas. I'm just concerned about, again, and it's public safety, and I support this project. Marina knows from the beginning I've supported this project. We're in scheduled meetings and sat in on meetings on it. Again, is the general fund reserve not having final budget in front of us and those expenditures, and then going into midterm, what's going to happen during the year. So I would propose, at least this time, because of the short project, that we use teeter funds, and then when the funds come in, we can replace them, because I don't think we're going to expend all of those on the projects that we have currently.
So right now, I think we have 3.4 is the budgeted transfer, plus another X amount going into capital improvement projects. So I think it's 5.4 million, something like that, coming out of Teeter for 1920. 3.4 of that is stopgap, because our expenditures are higher than our sources of revenue. So there is some money in Teeter. There's not a lot if we take those budgeted items into consideration. So, I mean, we've borrowed, historically, we've borrowed against REM, we've borrowed against Teeter, we've borrowed against all sorts of funding sources, with the understanding that when the revenues came in, that we would repay them. So whether you use general reserve or Teeter, but you are already using over $5 million of Teeter in the 1920 budget.
And again, so a lot of this capital improvement projects, I know what you're saying about, but I don't see, in sitting on that committee with Jack, I don't see a whole lot of that money being spent within this fiscal year. Maybe some of it, a lot of it, but not to the extent that what we have budgeted for it. The other issue is you historically, before, you wouldn't tap into general fund reserve unless you had to. You use Teeter to keep cash flow going. You haven't been doing that for the last 3 years. You don't, because you have other sources.
We have been, so every year we've been utilizing Teeter as the stopgap for the budget. And so if at the end of the day, a balanced budget has to come to the board by law. So if your sources of revenue don't equal your uses, then Teeter is the balancer, right? That's what has been happening. So as opposed to, we've just kind of parked the reserve over to the corner and left it there. So that is
correct. But as the
happening.
funding came in, you replaced it into Teeter.
As the funding came in, we didn't pull the trigger on some of the transfers. So if we had higher than anticipated sources of revenue, then we didn't do the transfers in, because if we could go back in time, we would have known that our property taxes would have been higher, or TOT was going to be higher, or whatever was going to be higher. So we wouldn't have budgeted as much Teeter.
Have you closed the books on last year?
We are going to be done by the end of the week. We are about $2 million higher in cash carry. But when I tell you the adjustments that need to happen for 1920 and wiping out the contingent, that's inclusive of the $2 million higher in cash carry. So I can promise you, you're not going to get away from taking some of that money out of the reserve, because there's not sufficient sources in Teeter. There's a limited period of time that we could utilize the RIM funding. It would be just from a short-term borrowing perspective, because RIM can't be used directly to fund these expenditures. We could only do it for truly a borrowing situation, which we have done. The last time we did it, I think the two of you may have been on the board. I know Marita was, and it had to do with one of the CSAs. So it was several years ago. It was the last time we did that. So it's just trying to isolate some pot of money that, whether it's restricted or not, with the understanding that it would have to be paid back. RIM would absolutely have to be paid back. The reserve is really at the discretion, the reserve and Teeter at the discretion of the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you.
For the questions, we have a motion on the floor to move this item forward. Is there a second?
Excuse me, but the motion was the first item, award
No,
to contract. Is that?
No, the motion was to authorize the transfer. If we did not authorize the transfer, there is no project.
So do you want to just do the whole item if that's the case, Maria?
Well, there's three. transfer requires a 4/5 vote. The contract
It's a majority.
is a majority vote.
Okay, as chair, I will, good with that. There's a motion on the third item under Public Works, and if that passes, we'll take on item number 1 and 2 under that agenda item.
Chair, to simplify this, would it be better to amend the motion to make the transfer out of Teeter rather than out of contingencies?
Out of reserves. I guess I don't
It's listed as
under, what I'm hearing the auditor say, it doesn't make any difference whether we do Teeter or whether we do reserves. We're going to be tapping into reserves anyway, and at final budget, we could transfer Teeter into reserves. I mean, there are two pots that we could go for.
But that's at final budget, and we can make the adjustments then if you want to go forward with this project. We don't have all the information in front of us. The books are not closed. We're not being presented with any final budget.
So
We can make the adjustments then. If we take money out of reserve, it will be for other things, and she's saying we're going to have to take it to stabilize the budget. That's fine, but at this period of time, the unknown, how much and where and what, I'm trying to get to a point where I can support this at this time without going into reserve 45 days into a preliminary budget.
So what difference is it going to reserve than going into Teeter? The adjustments could be made at final budget anyway.
And I have all the information in front of me at final budget. I'm trying to get you where you need to go, Marita. So you can say however you want to go, but I would support a motion pulling out Teeter at this time. And when we go to final
Ms.
budget.
Callen, I guess I'm not missing, I might be missing what you're saying.
so,
What difference does it make?
At this point, because we're in 5 declared emergencies that are continuing, we're in an emergency, no matter what day you pick. So you, as the board, have the authority to tap into reserves because we're just in declared emergency every day. The moment that changes, then obviously, that restricts your ability to touch the reserve. So at this point, it doesn't really matter either way. If it was a different day and we didn't have a declared emergency, then yes, I would say it would be a problem. But it doesn't really matter. And the bottom line is you can certainly make whatever adjustments you want to Teeter and to the reserve at final budget. But I still would say doing what we need to do in order to fund the project so he can move forward immediately is probably the most important thing.
So there's enough money in Teeter to make the transfer from Teeter versus the reserve. That's fine.
Do you want to withdraw the motion?
I'll amend the motion to do a transfer from general fund reserve to Teeter for the $448,000.
I will second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Callaway and a second by Supervisor Toffenali, taking on under this item, Section 3, to affirm the transfer of funds. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We still have 2 items remaining.
I'd like to move awarding the contract for the construction of the Murphy's Drive recovery project, and at the same time execute an agreement with KW Emerson, a local company, for the construction of the Murphy's Drive project.
I will second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Callaway for item 1 and 2 under that item, and a second by Supervisor Toffenali. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Very good. We are done with item 13.
Chair, can we take a break?
Pardon?
Can we take a break?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to make it through consent before we take a break. We're going to take.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Let's all return here at 10:44. Not 40. Welcome back to the Board of Supervisors meeting. We are on consent agenda, and I believe, Madam Clerk, we are on 15?
Yes, we are. Item 15, the Board of Supervisors acting as the public authority to authorize the board chair to execute an agreement with Pan American Life Insurance Company for the provision of benefits for in-home supportive services providers in the amount not to exceed $230,000 for the period of September 1, 2019 through August 31st, 2020.
Ms. Newman, you had a question.
I have several questions. When the Board of Supervisors takes action as the public authority, aren't they supposed to adjourn as the board and convene as the public authority? Isn't that the common practice? Well, I just want to remind you, you've taken action twice this year and have not adjourned as the board and convened as the public authority. The two actions you've taken have just been like on the regular agenda. So I'm assuming if you do that, anything today, you're going to adjourn and reconvene and all of that sort of thing. Then I'd also like to say that you're doing a big change that may impact the home care workers. And has this change in our contract been discussed with the union yet? And in any change in a contract, don't the members have the authority and the responsibility to consider and approve or disapprove any change to their contract? Because that has not been done either. So I'm not sure you're going to be able to do anything about this. And my final comment would be, will this change impact the number of people that are presently insured? Because we have 330 workers, only 64 of them are receiving health care benefits. And many more qualify for health care benefits. So I've known in the past years, I'll maybe take 4 or 5 years, not all of the funds have been utilized that are available to provide health care benefits. Each hour worked generates 60 cents in health care benefits. My feeling is that each individual that's paying into this fund should be able to receive some of those 60 cent an hour benefits, whether it's a complete coverage or it's just a stipend that helps them pay for their coverage, for their medication, or for office visits, or anything else that the individual member needs. So anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Let me, if it's all right, let me try to go through those because I think you've got some legitimate concerns, Ms. Newman. Public authority, Counselor?
So at the top of the agenda, you'll see that when we convene board meetings, we're convening as the Board of Supervisors, the In-Home Supportive Service Public Authority, the Calaveras County Air Pollution Control District, and the CSA 1, 2, 4, 8, and 12. In the past, what we have done is we have in the agenda delineated recessing as the board, reconvening as one of the various other entities, and then recessing, and it becomes a bit convoluted. And so our hope as staff was, because we are originally starting the meeting on behalf of all of these entities, that in an effort to streamline the agenda, streamline things to make it clear for the public, that through the headings, it's clear that the Board of Supervisors, acting as the public authority, that's how it's agendized, that is the action, that is the entity in which you are taking the action under, rather than having to do the recess, reconvene process. So the way that it is agendized is proper under the law. We can do it this way. It is a way that we, as staff, have made an effort to streamline and make things easier, but if the board would like to go back to recessing, reconvening, for each of the various entities, we can certainly do that. In doing that, any item that would be with the public authority, the Air Pollution Control District, or any of the CSAs would, in essence, be on the regular agenda because of the program that we use. And so that was another reason why we did it this way, to allow for items to be on consent if necessary and still be acting as the public authority.
Everybody okay with that?
So what you're basically saying is, when we convene in the board at 9 o'clock in the morning, we're convening as all of those boards?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make that clear.
So we're all good with that? Okay. Have we, Ms. Hawkins, have we consulted with SEIU 2015?
Yes, I had met with Colleen Reeves and Kristen Brinks, and then I had reached out to SEIU, I believe it's 2015, and we did enter into a side letter with them. We gave them all of the information regarding Pan America. They did reach out to their membership, and we have a signed letter with them, and it was attached to the agenda item.
Will this impact anybody's insurance?
And when...
Will this increase or decrease the number of insured?
No, it will not.
Thank you. I think that's...
The side letter was never received or notified by the
Okay.
members don't know.
Ms. Newman, maybe afterwards you could speak with Ms. Hawkins, and she could share with you what is possible as a member. So, if there's any other further comment, public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there a motion?
I'll move this item, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Toffenelli.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Item 21 is from the Administrative Office to authorize the Board Chair to execute Amendment 1 to the Professional Services Agreement with O'Connell and Dempsey, LLC, for the provision of federal advocacy services to the Board of Supervisors, extending the term for 1 additional year and increasing the total not to exceed amount of the agreement by $64,000 for a total not to exceed amount of $128,000.
Supervisor Callaway, you pulled this item?
I did. I support the concept of federal advocacy. What I had concerns with is there is nothing in the documentation on what the return on the investment had been for the prior year. And I noticed quite a few of the items that we were asking for them to advocate for on our part were not under the control of the Board of Supervisors. I would like to have the topic of this topic moved to a regular agenda item in our third meeting, if there's support for that, or fourth one, or...
That's a good spot on the agenda.
Yes, on spot on the agenda. I think this is important. I think we need to establish what is it that we are asking. I mean, sometimes there's sidebar things that we would want help on a particular issue, and we want to know, do they have the connections? Can they help us with that particular issue? But overall, if we're going to expend money for advocacy services, we need to be real clear what it is that we are asking them to do. I also think it's important that we ask the departments, are there any issues that they think we should be following on a federal level? Health and Human Services comes to mind because they receive quite a bit of federal funding. There was nothing in the items that said anything about roads, bridges. I mean, lobbying the federal government on behalf of the counties really important. I mean, we do have CSAC, we have RCRC, and they do serve a purpose. But there's also things that are specific to Calaveras. So I support the concept, and I'm not questioning the caliber of the company. I'm just saying that I think we need to have a broader discussion on what it is that we're asking them to do. And what return did we get? There was nothing in the documentation that I saw that indicated a return. Thank you.
Supervisor Mills or Supervisor Toffenali?
Yes,
First.
thank you. As you recall, Chair, because this is something we decided in the previous board as to what exactly we wanted Ms. O'Connell to be doing for us. And I will tell you from a COG perspective, she has been tireless in her efforts, especially with the Wagon Trail Project and other, rural broadband is another one she's been involved in. And I'm sure that Amber Collins with COG can tell you that she's been right there when it comes to a FLAP grant or Bill grant or any of the other grants that the federal government is pushing forward. What's the point of us making those grant applications if we don't have an advocate to help push that forward right there at DC, which she has done. And we're starting to get some traction. As you know, it takes time. We really do need to have our congressman involved in these projects if we're going to be successful. So it isn't just what Ms. O'Connell's doing, but also what our congressman and his staff are doing as well to assist us in accomplishing the goals that we've set out in our previous board's decisions.
Sure, it's tough now.
Yeah, Rita knows we've used Mia for a long time. We had to, during the recession, let her go, but she's back. I'm behind it. I think she's a good advocate for us. The funding for this is in the county administrative office's budget already. I would like to move forward with it, the funding of it and approving this, but I'm with Marita. I think we should need to have Mia come back and give us a presentation and give her direction as a board on her next moves and what we're looking for. But Mia has been very active. Dennis is correct. Amber Collins, the county, her services are great. Marita, you know, we used her for years before. So, but I am in favor with moving this forward, funding it, and then having her come in to us at a future date here, hopefully shortly, get a hold of her and put a presentation before the board and us give her direction going forward.
Gary has just said exactly what I was thinking. I do support absolutely her coming in and us giving direction on what our priorities are for her to work on. And but it is an invaluable resource for us in our connection with the federal government to have things lobbied for or help with the grant process as we move forward as a county. And this is one of the things that facilitates that moving forward.
Okay. Supervisor Callaway?
I'm not questioning the competency. I'm not questioning the need. I am questioning there is nothing in our staff report that says what has been done. I mean, Mr. Mills mentioned some things. I mean, that's fine. But I look at the staff report and it says such priorities: water resources, water supply, aging infrastructure, flood protection. That is not under the purview of the Board of Supervisors. Maybe broadband, I'll let you have that. Water, wastewater disposal, loan and grant programs. That is not under the purview. And if we want to have that, then where is the partnership with the water agencies of Calaveras County? Should we be paying all, and I know they have their own lobbyists, but should we also be paying? There's nothing on here about roads. There's nothing in here on bridges. There is nothing in here on health and human services. There's nothing in here under the purview, really, of the Board of Supervisors. reduction of hazardous fuels and tree mortality, I'll give us that. But we have one whole priority is water resources. And where are the other departments on issues that they might have? There's nothing in here on that. So, as I said, unless we look at what it is we're going to be asking the advocacy, the lobbyists to do on our behalf, I want something like that. The list of what we think is important that's under our purview should be part of the agreement, and it isn't in this document, which is why I wanted to have a meeting where we could set what the priorities are. So I can't support this as presented to us today.
I am weigh in. Marina and I spoke briefly about this last night, and I deal closely with Mia a lot, and I really think very highly of her work. And so I feel like I was close to it, and I didn't read too closely on this agenda item. And perhaps there is a bit of a disconnect between the agenda item and what we all know who work with her, what she's doing. I think it is fully appropriate that we bring her in as soon as we can and discuss what our federal priorities are. Those priorities were set under a prior board. We need to either affirm them or change them, but I think this board ought to be part of that. And I think that's a very good idea, and we ought to get that, and she ought to be here for that. So that's something we're probably not going to be able to get done in a week. It might take a couple weeks to get things scheduled and get her on out here, and I think we'd all ask the CAO to coordinate that. So I agree with you that we should certainly have a follow-up meeting to our priorities. I think it's a very good idea. Supervisor Scopper?
I mean, Marita does have some good points, and I think we do have a consensus that to revisit this, and overall, there's some with the cooperation when it comes to water rights and other things. Some of it has to do with land use issues and everything, and that goes in hand with cooperation with the districts overall. And I do know that CCWD does have the same MIA underneath them also. So you have legitimate concerns on one side, but on the other side, it takes the cooperation and us making sure that we have the proper things moving forward when it comes to land use, so that we can support our fellow districts inside the county.
This says nothing about land use. It says we want you to focus on water supply and aging infrastructure. We want you to focus on flood protection. This doesn't have anything. That's not what we're asking.
Okay, well, there seems to be consensus amongst the board for the CAO to invite Ms. O'Connell out as soon as we can and discuss our priorities with her. That aside, is there a motion on this item 21 or further discussion? Excuse me. Is there public comment on this item? Al?
Yeah, thank you. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. I wonder if we have a situation of the forest and the trees. We're focused on the trees, and actually we're asking the federal government to spend more money, not realizing that the federal government is not very responsible when it comes to money. As a matter of fact, it could be very serious. We have a national debt that's incredible. We're spending more interest on that national debt than we are on defense of our country. Think about that. What would happen if the interest rates went up 1%? What would happen to our monetary system? So, since we're part of the United States, and we do see the need to be wise in fiscal matters ourselves, we ought to look at the federal government and not encourage them to become irresponsible. There's ways that we can handle the expected emergencies that we have in our area, like fire. I don't know if there's insurance available for that right now, but we certainly could be working toward being independent, putting money aside, and it'll be a lot of money will eventually build up, and that money can be loaned out short term, just like the utilities do when they put money aside for future repairs of pipes that they know they're going to have to spend. We know we're going to have to spend money on fire emergencies. And so it's almost like we're eating our seed corn. A farmer puts aside some of his corn for the next year's harvest. And if he fails to do so, there's some real dramatic consequences. He won't have any corn. Okay, similar to that is planning for future expenses. If we don't plan for future expenses, then we are subject to begging the state or the federal government for money, which is where we are now. Okay, how do we get out of this? Well, first we have to realize that the federal government is not a responsible financial entity, and then try to encourage the federal government to become so. One way to do that is not ask them for more money. I know if I were supervisor, I wouldn't agree with any of this because I'm into getting the grants. But in any case, please consider that.
Thank you. Is there any other further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion or a motion.
I want to, just one comment on Supervisor Callaway's comments about what it says here in flood protection not being within our purview. I'll have to disagree with that. Cosgrove Creek, the federal agencies we work with to get the permits and be able to get in there and do annually cleanup in there. We had a project with Corps of Engineers at one time, and anytime there is flooding, we go out and we do locally what we can with our Public Works Department to resolve the issues with our constituents during the flood stages. So flood protection, I think, is part of our purview when it comes to dealing with the federal government agencies that we do to get the permits that we use. So on that point, I will move this item, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Mills?
Additionally, if you recall just recently about BLM and a grant, and she was aware of it, pushed it forward to us, helped us to get, if we were going to get involved, to get involved. But there are many things that happen in Washington, D.C. that, it's almost a vacuum. It never really gets out to the world that needs to make use of those opportunities. So she's been very, very good at being sure to transfer that information to us in a timely manner. And with that, I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
4-1. Callaway, no. Is a no. Okay. Regular agenda.
Item 23 is from Human Resources to adopt a resolution appointing Douglas Oliver to the position of Chief Building Official effective September 3rd, 2019.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. Chair, members of the board, I am very happy to bring before you a resolution appointing Doug Oliver to the position of Chief Building Official. We have been on the search for a building official since January. We have done several initial interviews, and then July 23rd, the board had done a closed session interview with Mr. Oliver and had directed the HR staff to bring forward this resolution. Mr. Oliver has served as the Chief Building Official for Tuolumne County for the last 12 years. I apologize to the HR director in Tuolumne that we have stolen him, but I am very happy for us. Chief building officials are very difficult to come by. Mr. Oliver has worked in many different aspects in the building world, and I think he will be a fantastic addition to Calaveras County. Also, one of the other things that I think will be wonderful is he is a resident of Calaveras County.
So we didn't actually steal him. He's been here.
So he was
we
ours.
let Tuolumne borrow him because
Yes, he was ours to begin with.
Thank you. Well, we will, I will ask Mr. Oliver to say a few words after we assume we approve your resolution. But as I call for public comment.
Alice Gallant Taxpayer Association. You seem to get better and better all the time. This is probably one of the best decisions you've made all year. Well, there might be another one. Doug Oliver is so outstanding. Not only is he an excellent communicator, he's got wisdom, and he understands the Constitution and individual rights. He happens to be on the board of directors of the Copperopolis Property Owners Association and doing an excellent job there. And I'm just amazed at, I don't know how you did it, but this is wonderful. And now I apologize to Tuolumne County. They're going to have a big void to fill. But congratulations.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Discussion or a motion?
I'll move this item, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Toffenelli, second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Welcome aboard, Mr. Oliver. Thank you. Would you like to say a couple words?
Suppose I could wing it. I guess all I can say is that I'm humbled. 22 years of public service has led me to this point. I've had the privilege and the distinct honor to serve Tuolumne County for 12 years, but I consider this a significant step up because I have the honor now to serve my community. I'm thankful for this opportunity, and I'm also thankful for the trust you've invested in me in the performance of these duties. So I'll do everything I can to represent and defend this county. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And when you're done, they're going to take you in the back room.
Okay. Oh, by the way, unfortunately, Al, I do have to resign that HOA board position now due to conflict of interest. So
Thank you.
Another sad group of people now, unfortunately.
Welcome aboard, Doug.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Jeff, I want to thank you for all the work you've done in keeping this going. Coming back out of retirement and stepping up, really appreciate it. I think I speak on behalf of the board. We got her done, yeah. We didn't go over the deadline, but we were getting close. So I think on behalf of the board, we want to express our gratitude to you as well. And onward. Thank you.
Could we just take 1 minute for Kathy to be able to set up for the next item?
Yes.
Okay.
1 minute.
She's done.
Yeah.
Is from Economic Development to receive a semi-annual presentation from the Calaveras County Economic and Community Development Department regarding activities for the last 2 quarters of fiscal year 2018-2019.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Board of Supervisors. Kathy Galino, Calaveras County Economic and Community Development. I'm here to do my semi-annual report. One thing I do want to point out before we get started is that I had updated one of the slides, but apparently when I went to upload it in IQM2, I made a mistake. So I have that slide for the public and for you. So it's been a very exciting last 2 quarters. One of the things I want to talk about is I'm going to be developing a strategic plan, working forward on identifying projects and supporting the CAO's office. In doing so, my mission is to attract, retain, and grow a diverse array of businesses by providing direct one-on-one business assistance aimed at streamlining the permit and regulatory process while preserving our historic and rural ambiance throughout the county. The vision is to enhance the economic vitality and the quality of life for all Calaveras County residents by making it the most prosperous rural county in California. Some of the areas that I'm focusing on are tech, retail, manufacturing, forestry, agricultural, natural resources, and tourism. Tourism is a huge economic boost in our county. And then balancing the history and the beauty and preservation. So my goals are to attract the right business to the right location. We have a general plan that's hopefully going to be adopted soon. And connecting businesses to the right resources, no matter what phase of development they're in, whether they're considering opening a business or expanding a business, knowing what resources are out there, and facilitating those multi-agency meetings to get the right folks in the room to help, again, streamline the process. And stimulate resiliency. This is something I'll be talking about later in the presentation as we are potentially facing the public safety power shutdowns that will not only impact us, but impact our businesses and our communities. Collaborating to work with other agencies and organizations throughout the county, and promoting private investment into our communities. Promoting educational opportunities. Workforce is the #1 issue when you're trying to attract a business to Calaveras County. They want to know what their workforce is, and then with that comes housing. I'll talk more about that as well. And then identify and develop incentives to businesses, access to capital, access to other resources and consultants. We have some great partnerships through the SBDC, through the Chamber, through SBA, through other agencies and organizations. And the bottom line is to increase revenue into Calaveras County and promote good paying jobs. So how do I make these things happen? Marketing, 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 right? Having a social media presence is invaluable. It's the way things are done. It's a cutting edge, whether it's through my website, through Facebook, through other social media, having a hashtag Calaveras for Business, and brochures. I did develop some brochures. Actually, the Chamber helped me with that. They had a grant, so they were able to print those brochures for me. And then direct outreach, going to conferences, going to trainings, talking to people, going to community meetings. That's where it really happens. That's where people get to know who I am, what I do, and how great it is to be here. And then working with developers, realtors, brokers to promote financial investment. Attending business roundtables, and then conducting business walks, which we did start in March of 2019. We did our first business walk in Copperopolis. It was very successful. And then the Chamber Executive Director took a position with the county. I love Stacy. So I need that partnership. So I'm waiting for new leadership and direction from the Chamber, and then partnering with the various business associations throughout all our communities in Calaveras. Going back to doing those business walks, where we just one-on-one talk to businesses, find out what's going on, how we can help, let them know we're here as a resource and a tool, and getting that feedback, getting the surveys completed. They're really simple. And then following up. Some of the businesses in Copper did have some follow-up questions that we were able to work through. And then working on a business resiliency program. So that's a pretty big item, especially given with the PSPS, as I mentioned, and emergency preparedness. Most of our businesses have no idea what to do or how to prepare. So working with OES and other organizations through the county, as well as business associations, and at the state and federal level, working with partners to develop a website that will be a database of resources that can be accessed by anyone. So I'm working on that with, it's actually a 5-county collaborative with Mariposa, Amador, Tuolumne, Alpine, And also Chico State is assisting. They actually have quite a bit of GIS and mapping data that they're providing to us for free. And then the northern region, Siskiyou, Del Norte, Humboldt, I can't remember all five, and working, as I said, in a collaboration with other rural counties to get our businesses ready for what could be, whether it's fire, disaster, PSPS, or whatnot, knowing that there is insurance out there, that there are options out there to help them survive. That picture happens to be 2 years old. That is my beautiful booth setup and banner and table cover. That was actually at the Calaveras County Fair when I had a booth, and some of you actually worked that booth with me. That's a brand new picture. I actually just took that one a couple weeks ago. So another aspect of my duties is to facilitate technical pre-application and permit submittal assistance. I find that I can help assist my brothers and sisters throughout the county, whether it's building, planning, public works, to get folks ready to submit their permits and plans, and then actually facilitate meetings so that if there's questions or concerns or there needs to be more clarification, I can help facilitate that so that we actually have an action plan to move those things forward. Working on developing fact sheets and flow charts, and streamlining the permitting process. That's really critical for both the businesses, and it helps our agencies and departments. As I mentioned, depending on where a business is in the process, whether they're wanting to do an expansion or a relocation, finding out where they are in the process and knowing what they need, whether it's business planning. That's the Bible to me, is a business plan. A lot of businesses, especially small businesses, have a great idea. They don't know how to apply it, how to plan for it. And then working with our utility providers, funding, site selection, and workforce. And then providing compliance assistance for changing operations. I see this primarily in the food industry lately, and some in the retail sector where they're wanting to do an expansion and actually bring a whole new facet to their business. So making sure that they are in compliance and that they know who they need to speak with in expanding. I mentioned developing and promoting business incentives, identifying funding opportunities for rural businesses through grant and loan programs. I was just at the Cal Ed conference in Eureka, I found it, last week, and there was quite a bit of information that was actually came from EDA, which is a federal agency, as well as USDA. So there is opportunities, and I want to start exploring those and figuring out how we can partner into those for our businesses. PG&E, as I mentioned, does have an economic development rate, which is a 12% discount for 5 years. It's pretty tough to get in that program, but it is still available to us. Opportunity zones, so this is a new thing that came up last year in District 2. What we need to do at this point is identify what do we want to target for that district, what business opportunities are there. It is starting to ramp up. I have received calls from financial investors that are interested in what can we do in Calaveras County. So we will be bringing that back as part of the CAO's finance and strategic planning. And then connected to the California Business Gateway, which directs businesses directly from the California Go Biz site to us, as well as the California Business Incentive Gateway. So visit my website, like my Facebook page. So leveraging resources and grants. As I mentioned, that's a big part of what I'm looking at doing, and trying to find what suits us best, what will give us the most bang for our buck. There are a lot of grants out there, and in possibly working with Mia, really targeting what we need to do. I've tried doing the whole shotgun approach where I can do them all. I really can't. I really need to target what I want to do specifically for economic and community development. And then leveraging those with other programs such as historical preservation. I know that that's something that's important, not just to our board and our leadership, but also to our communities. I did receive the Census 2020 grant. It's a $50,000 grant that I will be doing education and outreach with. I have developed a website, or I should say our wonderful IT folks have developed a website, and I'll be doing that collaboration and outreach. We've had 3 community meetings in which we've had, community leaders, school districts. I'll be working with the City of Angels Camp and other partners throughout the county. We have the California Parks and Recreation per capita program funding that will be coming in hopefully next month. It'll be $400,000 to the county for Parks and Recreation. Then at the state level, we have the California Community Development Block Grants, which is the CDBG. I have a hard time saying that. There are over-the-counter grants that are up to $3 million that are based or that are focused on infrastructure improvements. And I know one of the things that we've been looking at here is capital improvements at the government center. We have aging infrastructure, we have buildings that need repair, and roofs that need to be fixed. So that might be something that we could do, look at, and work in collaboration with my other agencies. There's the Recreational Rural Tourism Grant, working with the Calaveras Visitors Bureau, Martin Huberty, on exploring that, leveraging resources, and then exploring many, many others. I do have some budget for a grant writing person. I could probably do one good shot at it. What I'd like to do is potentially make it a contingency, so if I get the grant, they get paid. I don't know if I can really do that. I'll have to talk to the purchasing agent and find out if that is viable to do. But there's so many grants out there, and as I said, trying to identify, get direction from the board and from the CAO. What do we go after? What is the most likely that we will win? And what's the return on investment? And what is the cost to us to administer? And matches. So attracting manufacturing with good paying jobs and investing and growing in Calaveras County. Assist in workforce development. I was appointed to the Motherlode Job Training Board of Directors a few months ago, and will be very active in getting that workforce, getting the training, doing career technical pathways, working with the high schools to have a skilled workforce, to have local education, stay in Calaveras. It's hard when our kids leave. It's hard to get them back. And then, obviously, workforce housing. There's not a lot of rentals that young folks can afford, and Kristen Stranger has been amazing. She does have projects that are going to have workforce housing, affordable housing components in them. I believe there's 15 units that are scheduled for San Andreas. So, and then I've got 2 other partnerships that are private developers, one in Valley Springs and one in Copperopolis, that is looking at doing workforce affordable housing as part of their development build-out. So very exciting. Promoting career technical education, trade schools, college extension campuses. Again, this is something that's going to come before the board in my strategic planning, and I want direction and focus. And then the high schools and colleges. So there was the program, the second year of On the Right Track was very, very successful. That was in collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce and all of the different folks, where we worked with the high school students, seniors, who are getting ready to graduate, and they are given a life scenario. And whether it's opening a business, closing a business, having to figure out how to get a birth certificate or a business license, and working with these youth, providing them with the information that they can take it home in a binder. It was really great. And it was really interesting because not all the kids, in fact, a majority of the children that I spoke with at both Calaveras and Bret Harte were not going to a 4-year school. They were either going to a 2-year school or a credential program, and about 14% were going to the military. So I thought that was an interesting statistic. In the past, it's been very high. It's usually about 60% go to a 4-year. So interesting. There's some dynamic changes. And we are short of skilled trades. We need electricians, we need plumbers, welders, and different skilled trades. And then collaboration, as I said, with the Calaveras Business Resource Center, the Chamber, on promoting business training and workshops. This is really important. A lot of small businesses don't know how to do payroll, or they don't always know how to do all the things that go into having a small business. So having those trainings is really key. So creating and strengthening amazing partnerships. So my 18 months here, I have really made some great, amazing partnerships. Great agencies to work with and departments. Obviously, there has been some change in the board, in the CAO, in building and public works, but we have a really good group of people, and I think you'll hear this over and over, that we can really move the needle now for Calaveras County. We work very collaboratively, very cohesively, and it's a really great place to be and work and live. As I mentioned, Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce and the Business Resource Center, the Visitors Bureau, Martin Huberty, again, a great asset to our county. Business and Real Estate Associations, Motherlode Job Training, Columbia College, Stanislaus State, Calaveras COG, Amber, again, a very important person that I work with and talk with about leveraging resources and trying to move in the same direction in a effective and efficient way. Fire districts, CAL FIRE, there's a lot that plays into economic and community development. It's not just jobs and creating jobs, it's also having safe places to live and be. The federal and state agencies and utility providers. Broadband is a big deal. I have great relationships with Volcano, with Conifer, CalNet, not so much with AT&T and Comcast, but we need to start leveraging those resources and bringing that here. We need to have that connectivity for businesses to succeed and grow. So here's the 6-month summary, my 3-legged stool. So business development supports skilled workforce and having a living wage for our people. The county property asset evaluation and lease renewals, I've been working on that a bit. I have developed kind of a comprehensive list as best to my research and technical abilities of what the county has as property assets. And we probably need to look at that at some point. Do we need to keep all these properties? Maybe we could sell or make them available for developers, for bringing other funding and investment into our county. Also, on our lease renewals, I have a knack for those kind of things and want to support my CAO's office as I'm part of that office, and looking at renewals and making sure that there is a benefit for us and for the entities. So during the last 2 quarters, I assisted 55 new businesses, 17 existing businesses, and 12 that were expanding. So this is up 24% from the last 2 quarters that I reported. So the word's getting out there. People know that I'm here. People are being referred to me by word of mouth, which is really interesting. My website statistics are really pretty good too. I think, where is it? I might be in the board report. But I typically have about 200 to 300 hits on the website a month. So going from 84 to that is pretty amazing. And I said, please like the like the Facebook, visit the website. So agritourism workshop that happened the first quarter of this year. We had 38 local farmers and ranchers that want to explore agritourism. Not all in Calaveras County, but a majority were from Calaveras County. And looking at that as an opportunity for expanding farming and ranching and agriculture was great. I've done 30 outreach and education events, about 1,600 people. I run out of business cards very quickly, and I will run out of brochures even faster. Then I said the 6 grant and funding opportunities, the Census 2020 Award, 12 workforce development opportunities, engaging 798 folks. Continuing to support for housing projects with a potential of 1,200 homes throughout the county. These are long-term. Direct marketing and outreach to 8 commercial companies and 2 domestic manufacturers. I had been working with GoBiz on doing some international marketing for, I think there was an Italian company that was a solar panel manufacturer. I'm not finding that there's a lot of bang in that buck. So let's look local. I'd rather look at things in California or in the United States rather than looking at international at this point. I think I'm biting off too much. So the future, this is the new slide. So support work with two of the CAO's main objectives that you have provided or that you have given them direction on. Number one is accountability. So developing a framework for economic and community development strategic plan, where I have measurable outcomes, where I can really focus where I need to be and what I need to do to support all of our communities and our goals. Identify areas of focus, as I said. Revenue and fiscal stability. This is an important one, as we all know. So identify investment opportunities, whether it's through the opportunity zones, whether it's through the recycling market development zone, whether it's siting a biomass facility somewhere in the county and attracting that, because we are really ideally placed for that. And exploring specific grants through economic and community development. Continue attracting and retaining and growing businesses, kind of keeping that going. And then support and strengthen our communities with skilled workforce, affordable workforce housing, and implementing the Census 2020 education and outreach. Questions and comments?
Board member questions? This is a informational item only. Supervisor Stop.
Let me get back to, packet page 261, the, 24A. Actions, you talked about presenting an action plan, helping to facilitate the technical pre-application and permit submittal assistance. Where could people find that, and how do you go about doing that?
So the way that typically works is a business or an entity will contact me. Swallowing this bit. So a business will typically contact me via the website, email, or telephone call. They'll tell me what their plan is or what their idea is, what they want to do, and then I will reach out to the various department heads and say, here's what we've got, here's a location they're looking at. I typically start with the planning department because zoning is critical. Then we look at building, public works, or what are they going to need to do to actually develop that property or reutilize the property. So it typically comes to me, I help coordinate that facilitation. They may come in with a permit application that's not complete, or gee, I need to get my business license first, or whatever that process is, whatever they need. And I'm kind of like the focal point, the one-stop shop, and then I can get them where they need to be, and then they understand what the process is. Because sometimes people don't know what to do first. Where in the process am I? Where do I submit? How many sets of plans? So helping facilitate that, and then talking to the other department heads so that they're aware, hey, this is coming down the pipe. What do you think? Is this a go, no-go? Because we don't want to waste anybody's time or money. So we want to make sure that we have a coordinated effort.
So there's, with certain businesses, is there a written action plan for moving forward for people? One size fits all?
No.
No.
There's definitely not one size fits all.
Well, but there's certain businesses that come in and do the same thing. So do we have any of that written out?
No.
Okay.
So each business is individual. But there are, I do take notes, and then we follow up typically electronically, and some of the agencies will follow up via letter. Okay, so here's our first review, here's what you still need to submit, and so there's follow-up that way. And then they tend to follow up with me if things are going well, if things are not going well, if there's confusion, and then I'll help, pull the group together again and clarify what needs to be done. So it just depends.
Yeah. The reason I ask is everyone being held to the same standard? Because there could be two different people with the same type of business coming in and everything. So, I mean, once we get a track with one person, I think the next person that comes in should be held to the same track.
Absolutely. It's the
And
same level of service.
sometimes there is differences in that track depending on who you go to in a department and ask. So, just a thought for the future. Once we set a precedence for a certain business, maybe we should get something, because when you present an action plan, there should be an action plan, not, every different time the same business comes in asking, the different departments what to do. Once you've done it for that certain type of business, it should be the same thing over and over, so, in my opinion.
It would be nice to have a flow chart or something where it's like, okay, you have X, Y, or Z type business. Here's your flow chart. Here's what you need to do. That would be good. But the other issue is that not every business comes to me first. Sometimes they may end up at planning, and then they don't know to go to building, and then there's a snafu, and then I get called in to help fix it. So I may not be their first point. And so, again, there's kind of that, typically they come to me first, and there's some businesses that don't, or some projects that don't come to me at all. I may not know about that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, Kathy, you'd spoken about the California Park and Rec program funding that's coming. Is that in the form of a grant?
It's a per capita funding, so there's no match. It's a one-time off, and it'll come through the CAO's office.
Hopefully with the formation or reestablishment of our Park and Rec Commission, we can start to identify those areas and those projects that will give us the best use of that money if it's one-time money that doesn't require ongoing support. The two communities that are in essence, I'm sure, identified as park deficient is Valley Springs and Copperopolis, which are two very large areas serving a lot of people without having the access to baseball diamonds and soccer fields and everything else that the other places have. So hopefully we'll be able to focus on what can we do with that money that's going to give us not only those parks, but from parks we can generate the funding, the ability to put together hotel and motel operations, because their occupancy rate does hinge on hotels. If you look in our county, where we have the most parks is where we have our largest number of Airbnbs, our largest number of hotels. Those are the communities that have already got it together. But for those that don't or that are deficient and want to develop their economic base, that's seed money that should be very wisely used to help pull that together for those communities. So I'm just making a point.
Thank you, and good luck with that arm wrestling. I'm sure. We'll figure it out. Kathy, thank you very much for your presentation. In your presentation, you mentioned business plans are being key to you. One of my concerns when we started this position was I was always worried about the cart before the horse, and so we didn't have an economic development plan in place when he came on board. As a result, you're doing everything for everyone, which is an incredibly difficult job because it's hard to focus and move big projects forward. It's clear. How are you doing on developing that business plan, that economic development plan, so we can give you the cover to focus on the major things that you need to get done and not get drawn away and have a better chance of success?
Well, thank you. I have drafted a rough sketch of what the plan would cover. It's probably very broad, probably needs to be toned down a bit, and I know that it's one of the things that hopefully I'll be bringing forward with the CAO. But I have looked at other plans. I want something that is vetted by our communities as well as the board. So do we want this particular business here? How many do I attract? How many housing units are appropriate? Where? But I do have a start, as I said. It's taken me a little bit to get to know the ins and outs. But a lot of the things that I'm working on, like the census, that'll be a one-off. That'll give me more time to focus. I am going to the CALED certification, ACE certification, which is an accredited certified program for economic developers, in Fresno next week. And one full day is going to be focused on strategic planning. I don't know that I'll need a consultant. I'm going to see what I can learn and what I can do on my own. But at some point I may need to request that I have some assistance in developing that document and doing the surveying. I'm not going to survey monkey this thing. This needs to really be done at a high level.
I know that I would advise you, there's probably been a half dozen of these reports written over the last 20 years. And the ones that I've read all generally say the same thing. So be creative. Supervisor Mills had a good point. If we focused your work upon things like a park, there are a lot of auxiliary things that come off of that, as the supervisor correctly noted. So if there are things like that we could allow you to focus on and really be a game changer, that'd be great. Because otherwise you're just going to be another version of the Chamber of Commerce and chasing everything.
Right.
And I think that wouldn't be very satisfying to you, and it's probably not going to move us forward as quickly. So, Mr. Alt wanted to make a statement.
I just wanted to touch, kind of make a distinction between what we're seeing here today with Kathy and what we will see. So we all have expectations around accountability, and this is really, for lack of a better term, Kathy's catalog of the work effort that she's had over the past 6 months. As you can see, and you touched on it, the activities are all over the board. I commend Kathy has been a great team player. She picks up anything we ask her to. Anywhere there's a void, Kathy ends up filling that, and I very much appreciate that. However, what you're seeing is that also creates a disconnect in our real focused planning around big issues, a really high return on investment items. And so what she and I have talked about and she's investigating and we'll bring back here are what are those focus areas, and it'd be much like what we discussed in strategic planning in my goals. What are the high-level areas that we want to focus on that are really heavy bang for the buck that will have a return for us? For example, if it's residential development, then she would have a priority under that particular area to focus in a year a good measure of her time on assisting with land use and residential development, as an example. If it's parks and quality of life issues, then those are another high-level area. Well, there'll be 2 or 3 very key core activities that Kathy will lead with partners to bring home bigger projects. Right now, what Kathy suffered from is the lack of leadership in the CAO's office. So in the time she's been here, she's had at least 2, if not 3. And so to be a good team player, she's picked up work to do work, but she hasn't had us focusing her work or the support of a CAO giving her the bandwidth to work on really high impact projects. And so we're transitioning out of the catch-all and a fantastic team player into bringing back those focus areas to the board, where you will have discussion on what will those key focus areas be, and then we'll develop projects under those so that we'll get heavy return on the effort that Kathy's putting forward. That's really what she's touching at in the future piece and how our strategic planning will look for the economic development plan.
Any other questions? It's not action item, but we will have public comment. Al?
Al Gallant, Taxpayer Association. She was a star on our Taxpayer Alert program, and what she talked about then is evolved pretty close to what you, except it's much more complicated now. One of the things that we were following is what was happening in Tuolumne County with their economic development, and it was pretty serious. There was a lot of fluff, but no meat. And things were being hidden, and so there was no sunshine. And what happened is that the economic development person there had to leave. We don't have that condition here. If you probably noticed the last slide, she gave the number of people that she talked to on different categories, the number of businesses. There was a list there, very specific. It was really sunshine. She didn't say many. She said 532 or whatever. And so this is a good thing. In Tuolumne County, they had a kind of a reform of government where they had a community development director, which means kind of like somebody in charge of community development. Well, I noticed that we're having a little bit of mission creep here. We're having economic development and community development. And I'm hoping that the meaning is different than what it was there. There, under this director, was the building department and the planning department. And a tremendous amount of control. And it's not about promotion so much as control. So our taxpayer group seems to think that we can have maximum prosperity by having maximum freedom, maximum liberty, property rights. If the property rights of people are protected and the development process is not too complicated, we should be doing okay. So the focus on having things clear and easy to understand would really help the economic development situation. Ben Stopper hit the nail right on the head. Do we have a manual developing property in Calaveras County? Okay, let's see. Building department's going to want certain things. Planning department's going to want certain things. And there's certain phone numbers. And it shouldn't be too hard to put that together, and maybe the departments themselves can help because it'll help them. And so if somebody goes to the planning department, here's a little manual developing property in Calaveras County. They go to the building department, here's that same manual. And something like that shouldn't be too hard to put together and could be a tremendous benefit, and also the different people would be told the same thing. It's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Further public comment, Ms. Corda.
I think Kathy did a great job, and it's hard to start at the seat of your pants like she has, and do as well as she has, and I congratulate her. Thank you.
Okay, any further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Kathy, I also want to thank you for being such a team player. CAO, all was correct. You pick up stuff as it goes along, and hopefully we'll work together and we'll do our job and make your job more successful.
Thank you.
Other comments? Or Supervisor Toffenali?
Thank you, Kathy. I want to thank you very much for the job you've done. You've helped tremendously in my district and throughout the county, so thank you.
I also want to thank you, Kathy.
And sometimes you catch some of the most interesting things in your meetings with people, and kind of leads you down rabbit holes at times, I'm sure. But you've taken on every task that has been thrown at you, and you've done it with a smile, which is great.
Thank you very much. We'll conclude that item. We are 5 minutes from noon. John, you want to stand between us and lunch, or do you want to be the first one up when we come back?
Do you guys all promise to have caffeine at lunch?
No, we always drink caffeine.
I serve at your pleasure, sir. I can either way.
Well, I think that with 5 minutes out, I'm going to call it, and we're going to come back here at 1:30, and you're first up. So thank you very much for your patience. Good afternoon, and welcome back to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting. Supervisor Calloway had to step out for one quick phone call, but she wanted us to start going, so Madam Clerk.
Item 25 is from the Office of Emergency Services to receive an update on Calaveras County's preparedness activities regarding PG&E's Public Safety Power Shutdown Program.
John?
Good afternoon, Supervisors and Mr. Chairman. John Osborne, your Director of OES. You guys all should have a copy of... So we'll get started. First, a little background about the Public Safety Power Shutdown, and that's an example of why I will probably just call it PSPS from here on out. PSPS, other power entities have been practicing de-energizing their lines for a couple of years. Following the 2017 PG&E fire season, PG&E began implementing their community wildfire safety program, which includes turning off the power for public safety purposes. PG&E's first shutoff was in October of 2018. It was in the area of the North Bay and the Sierra Foothills, southern Butte County, northern Yuba County, and then North Bay, Sonoma, Napa, that area. It lasted about 3 days. So that was the first one. The criteria that they use for deciding when they are going to discontinue power is kind of a matrix of different things, and they all have a different impact depending on where the event is taking place geographically. So there's going to be a red flag warning, which generally means that there are extremely low humidity levels, under 20%. There are sustained winds of 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 45. And of course, these numbers here are dependent on temperature, terrain, and climate. Another factor is fuel conditions and what the moisture content of that fuel is. And then real-time information from PG&E's Wildfire Safety Operations Center and their crews in the field. So all of those things go into the decision-making matrix. Oh. So this is a map of Calaveras County. They have 3 tiers of fire threat. Tier 1 would be like the lake there. Tier 2 is the orange. And Tier 3 is the red. Those are extreme fire hazard areas. That's Arnold, our upper elevation foothill areas. So what you'll see from that, in 2018 they focused primarily on Tier 3 as a place that they would turn off power. And this year they have included Tier 2, which essentially means that if they have a Tier 2 shutoff, we're going to turn off most of the county. So the notification process that PG&E follows, once they decide to de-energize, if able, they provide a customer alert at the 48-hour mark prior to turn off. And again, that is when possible. 48 hours is kind of the benchmark for weather forecasting, much more than that, and it's not as reliable. Once they get up inside 48 hours, they can be pretty reliable. Once again, they will do a customer alert at the 24-hour mark, and again, just prior to shutting the power off. The caveat to that is there's no advance warning when they turn off the power as a result of a request from a state or local agency. And if you want to be alerted to this process, you need to make sure that you're updated with PG&E at their website there, the pgne.com/mywildfirealerts. Which brings me to my ruthless pitch for our alert system. If you haven't signed up for it, please do so. We can't notify you if we don't have your information, much like PG&E. So I believe you guys all have a flyer of that, and then there are some available on the lecture as well. So that's what brought us to power safety shutdowns, and now let's talk about what we did about it. Our approach, we came from the approach of aligning your guys' priorities and the CIAO's goals in moving through this and planning this out. We are accountable to you guys and the CAO for creating a plan that's collaborative in nature with our internal and external partners, and create a plan that is reasonable and effective to help us get through a power shutoff. It's strategic in nature in that we planned this by being thoughtful and letting the process be informed by data and feedback, and hopefully that will generate a better plan. And by creating that better plan, we're carrying out your guys' vision for emergency services. So here's what we did. We created an annex or an addendum to our base emergency operations plan. You guys will be seeing a resolution to adopt our first emergency operation plan in about 3 or 4 years here towards the end of the month. But The PSPS Annex is an addendum or an add-on to that. And when we set out to write this plan, we wanted to protect life, public health, and welfare. We wanted to be able to maintain situational awareness, meaning know what's going on within the county, and specifically in the areas impacted or affected by the power safety shutoff. We wanted to establish thresholds or benchmarks for notifications, coordination, and activation responses. And that's a cascading effect. When we decide that we're going to notify formally, we'll be using our Everbridge technology and our evacuation map technology to notify the residents. You guys are going to know that ahead of time, much like when we had the lightning activation plans earlier this month. There'll be some informal communications through my office to you guys about, hey, we think this may be on the horizon, so that it doesn't sneak up on anybody. But once we achieve that threshold of notifications, there'll be an official notification not only to you guys internally as well as externally. Once that takes place, we need to figure out alternative ways to communicate with our impacted communities. That will primarily take place through newspaper, through the radio system, through social media, and again, our Everbridge platform, which pushes out email and voice and text messaging. The other side of that coin is we're going to establish and maintain communications with PG&E so that we know what we are looking at, what we are facing as a county, as far as duration and intensity, how many people are going to be affected in the county, how long, and we're going to take that information coupled with some of the things that may have caused the shutdown, temperature, wind, and things like that, and start making some decisions about how we react to that. It's a lot easier to survive a power safety shutdown if it's 80 degrees versus 107, purely as an example. We are going to stay in contact with their Wildfire Safety Operations Center. That's the primary clearinghouse of information to affected areas. Based on that, what we learned from them, we're going to facilitate mass care and shelter services with Health and Human Services. We understand and we're going to prepare for increased informational demands, not only from our constituency, but from news outlets, from partner agencies, and we're going to be probably a leader in our community for having that information, and we'll be in charge of disseminating that out so that we can communicate effectively with our partners. And then, of course, we're going to communicate with PG&E for priority restoration of power. Just looking at that map, we're going to shut down an awful lot of our area, and so hopefully we'll be able to stay in step with PG&E and make sure that when the power comes back on, it comes on quickly and effectively. So how did we carry that out? We collaborated with our internal and external stakeholders to assist and facilitate the creation of the PSPS response plan, as well as continuity of operations plan, or COOP. Continuity of operations plan are a framework that we've asked each department to create that will allow them to continue to carry out the business of whichever department it is in the case of an emergency or a loss of power or some kind of external event that would interrupt normal business. So in order to do that, because while in private industry continuity of operations plans have become the norm, not necessarily in government, we held a couple of workshops specifically for the PSPS and the COOP plan. During those workshops, you'll see two of them there, one in June, one in July. We actually provided each department with a template of their continuity of operations plan that dovetails with the overarching PSPS plan. We actually gave them a fill-in-the-blank and we budgeted time within the workshop for them to work on them. We held 2 of those. Those 2 workshops were open to our partners as well, at the school district, at the utility districts, at the fire districts, and our various response partners. To learn more about it, we attended the PG&E PSPS workshop up in Amador County on July 17th, where we met with representatives and really learned the ins and outs of the background and what it was going to look like. And then to ensure that our plan was reasonable and that we believe that we'd be able to carry it out, you first must exercise the plan before you fully vet it. So in order to do that, we held a tabletop exercise, again, with all of our internal and external partners, where we actually exercised and pretended in our mind from one table to the next that there was a power safety shutdown, what we were going to do, how we were going to incorporate those continuity plans, and what that might look like across all of our response partners. So the workshops gave us feedback that informed the response plan. We provided those COOP planning templates and planning assistance during the workshops. As of this morning, 8 of our 18 departments have completed the COOP planning process, and you can see them here. And we continue to work with the other departments who are actively working through their plan and who are beginning to work through their plan. At the PG&E workshop, further informed the response plan, educated our stakeholders on the likely process, and provided networking opportunities for us so that we're sharing with our neighbors what and how we're dealing with this, and because there's a lot of different ways to skin a cat, and if someone has a better idea, then that was a great opportunity to share it. The tabletop exercise, this just talks about it being vetted. It's the most cost-effective way to exercise the plan without a full-scale shutdown of, like, our campus, for instance. They help us rat out gaps and show us where we need improvement in the plan, both on the COOP side as well as the public safety side. And it informs our individual COOP planning efforts in the sense of it gives us the chance to think about and plan for what things we really, as a county department, what we really have to carry out during that short period of time. My department, the facilities department, administration, and IT, we collaborated to find a space where we can ensure that we do have some generation of power to keep our government going. Obviously, if our county is shut down, we can't provide even minimal services to our residents. So we found this room, we've equipped it the best that we can with equipment, and in the case of a power safety shutdown, we will actually be moving different essential portions of departments in here to work. So on top of that, we actually did a function test of this building over a weekend with facilities, cranked up the old generator outside, and went room by room and ferreted out what rooms had power, what did not, and we were pleasantly surprised to find some places that we didn't think had power that actually do. What that's going to do for us is, on the administration side, since most of us are housed here in A, that's going to allow us to not pick up and move desks and move people into the PSPS room and keep them working at their normal workstation. We might have to run some extension cords and do some creative stuff like that, but that's going to help relieve the pressure on that room. So that's the PSPS room. And then in this planning process, We met with external partners to assist and to figure out what they were doing, like Calaveras County Water District. We met with them, the City of Angels Camp, and the volunteer organizations active in disaster, our VOAD guys. We met with them last week. And then the function test that we talked about with facilities. Last, we partnered with CAL FIRE to conduct wildfire season preparation meetings earlier this or late spring. There were 9 meetings in total across the county, and one of those topics was the PSPS shutdown. In addition to that, we partnered with some HOA groups that invited us to come and speak, and we spoke just kind of about our program. Obviously, it's fire season, so that was a common topic, was fire season and the power safety shutdown, as well as Alert Calaveras and our alert or our evacuation maps. So we met with the folks that are actually going to be affected by that, and let them know what we were going to do, what we were doing to be prepared for that. So from here, what are the next steps? We need to, and we are continuing to plan with the other county departments to get their COOP planning completed, so they have an idea about where they're going to go, what essential services they need to carry out, and how we might get that done. We're going to continue outreach efforts with both our internal and external stakeholders, and be the best neighbor that we can, both internally and externally. We have offered literally private planning sessions to the various departments. If you need us to come over and help you write the plan, your COOP plan, we will do so. And externally, you know, our external partners, our response partners, are important to us. If they aren't, if they don't have a continuity to conduct their business, then it's going to be a loss to us. So we're reaching out to those external partners, making sure that they have the things and the plans in place to mitigate the effects of a PSPS plan as well. One of the things that we're going to go through, since we haven't yet gone through one of these, is we're going to have to refine and perfect our notification systems once it takes place. There are going to be, you know, there's always potholes in the road, and we're going to find some of those potholes. I suspect that we'll find some in our notification system. It'll be one of the first real-time uses of it. And, you know, I'd be foolish to think that we aren't going to run into a few potholes or some bumps. One of the things that's going to be difficult to do is maintaining accurate rosters for our internal as well as our external partners. Our external partners, we're reaching out to our response partners, such as the Fire Chiefs Association. We're actually building Everbridge technology lists with them so that they can be notified of like what we're doing. And obviously, when you're talking about an external or an outside entity, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to keep that up to date. Internally, we face the same thing. We have 650 some odd employees roughly, and the people that come, the people that go, the people that get a new phone number or move, that's always a moving target, and we're working through solutions to make sure that we have the most up-to-date information so our folks know what's going on, and we can get in contact with them. When underlined and capitalized there, this is going to happen. I actually live in northern Yuba County and was a part of the June shutdown in that area in southern Butte County and Butte County. And so I've actually gone through this as a citizen, and it was a unique set of circumstances, to say the least. So when it does occur to us down here in the county, we need to be able to learn from the teachable moments that are going to be presented there, and use those to our advantage to improve our plans, not only our PSPS plan, but our continuity of operations plans. And that will help us become more resilient and carry out our services better during times like this. So this is us, the OES contact information. That's me at the top, my office number, my direct office number, my email address, as well as my coordinator, Chad, his information as well. If you're interested in following us, you can do so on Facebook, Twitter, or Nextdoor. We're probably most active at this point on Facebook. It's been a pretty effective outreach tool for us, not only for our response partners, but for our residents and some of you guys. So that's kind of an overview of where we started and where we are and where we're going. Does anybody have any questions?
Sure, there's a bunch of them. Ben, you got your light on first.
Thank you for being proactive in this. It's very beneficial for the county. I've got lots of questions. I'm sure you've been through a lot of this. I seen the gentleman a few weeks back, testing the generator and everything. Individual generator, how much load can they carry? And you mentioned that going around and testing which rooms the lights are on, but once we do a move in a PSPS situation, how much load are we drawing, and what potential percentage of that generator goes into it? And this goes hand in hand with, running a generator at 70% is more beneficial in time for fuel as opposed to running at 100%, because you're going to drain it down very quickly at 100% load. So with that being said, what's our fuel potential? And what are our plans for moving forward as these PSPSs are, like, let's say they're going to last 3 days, but they have to go around and check each individual line before they bring it on. So it could last much longer than 3 days in a PSPS situation. Do you have any information on that? Is that part of the test going forward?
So that was an idea that we moved forward with about having the smallest electrical footprint, if you will, as possible. And that means that's part of why the COOP planning is so critically important for each department, because we need to know what their essential folks are, how many of them are, what kind of power that they need to continue to operate at a minimum level. So we are continually identifying that. But when we went through and designed or implemented that room, it is there and able to handle. That was one of the reasons that we actually turned the building off and then turned all the stuff on over there. They actually the IT guys who have been the driver behind that information, they actually moved everything over and were firing things up to ensure that that was taking place. With the increased area of power, I don't know if we're going to bump into the limits of that generator, but we do know at this point that the generator will operate the room, that it will operate other parts of the building. And as far as fuel consumption, it's going to be very dependent. Like, you're going to get more hours out of it if we can get it at 65 than at 95. And that's going to be, I think, unfortunately, a very event-specific number. Much like a car trip, when you're in a hurry, you get less fuel mileage than when you can amble down the road on a Sunday drive.
Point of access for fuel and plans on refueling throughout it is crucial, because I've been through this at my other job in planning, and those are all crucial parts to put together the plan when it comes to load, generator, and everything else. I mean, I have much more information, but I'm not going to get into the nitpicky little ups and downs of it. But I'd appreciate being able to talk to you a little bit more about it in depth later. I'm sure you talked about this already, but I just would like to know where you're at specifically.
We're aware of the load that we're going to be putting upon the fuel providers. There's only one fuel provider in the area for diesel and gasoline fuel. We have a few more options when it comes to propane, And so it depends on the type of generator. Some of the diesel generators will need to be fueled every 10 hours. The propane ones are, I won't say more efficient, but generally they have a greater capacity and they will go a little bit longer. But getting that fuel and how we're going to prioritize that fuel is stuff that we're still working through.
John,
Very good, thank you.
Thanks. John, I've got a couple of questions for you. When we go down to our essentials, firing up the generator, bringing everybody into PSPS, what are we going to do with the rest of our employees? Maybe that's a question for Al. Because obviously it'll be during working hours. We've got people with jobs they won't be able to conduct. Some will, some won't. What's our strategy with our employees?
So John mentioned that. We're still working through that. We have a series of 3 internal PSPS workshops that start this Thursday and will run for 3 straight weeks. We have solicited the department heads for all of their feedback from their departments of what experience they had, for example, in the Butte fire when we had to shut down, the communication approach. And quite frankly, what I was told about that is because it was one of our first big major issues, we didn't have good communication systems. So we're working first through the protocol of what that'll look like. Right now, envisioning it would be something around using Everbridge and our email systems to push out to department heads. If it's a work day, push out to department heads that there's a red flag warning and we need to be prepared for a shutdown. We're asking the department heads to have their own internal phone trees set up so that when they're notified that a red flag warning is in place, that they'll start notifying their employees. I suspect when we have a PSPS shutdown, because it's less convenient to have it happen when everybody's here, it'll happen on a weekend, and so we're trying to answer the question, how will all of our staff be notified? So the red flag warning helps because we'll still have power, we'll still be able to link into the system. John and or Chad and others have administrative access to Everbridge. They're working with IT on how to load every employee into Everbridge, so we'll be able to push out notifications that are different from the public just to our internal staff. We haven't gotten all the way through this yet, but I envision something like when we have a shutdown that all of the department heads will report somewhere, either the community room in the jail or the library, because we can use ambient lighting. We'll brief there on what the information is we have out of OES, how long it may last, what assignments will be, and then department heads will go back out to each of their departments. Ideally, we will have set up protocols where when there's a shutdown, employees will come back into a central meeting area for their departments where possible, and that information will be disseminated to the departments from the department heads. What can't be pushed out while we still have power. And we haven't worked this out all the way, but I anticipate that'll be a daily briefing to start the day and a daily debriefing to make sure we got all the employees in and out that were here on that particular day. We're also going to have to work through, as John mentioned, what the essential functions are. Some departments have functions that have to happen, literally have to happen, and they'll be first in the PSPS war room that we have set up, which is the old Tetra Tech room if you haven't been in there. And so we'll bring the most essential functions that have to happen either by law or function of the county first into that space. The others will have some options. There will be some that will voluntarily take vacation and not be here. There'll be others who will have to engage in being disaster relief workers, and we'll have to make assignments, speaking hypothetically, maybe to Health and Human Services to help staff and work in cooling stations or areas like that. So those assignments ideally will happen centrally every morning. We'll identify who all of our employees are, who's going to be here, who's an essential function, who's deployed as a relief worker, and who's just not here. And then we'll get together at the end of the day and count them all up and make sure that we have them, all that we started with, start over the next morning as long as we have a shutdown.
We should be
There's
sure.
probably more detail than what you were hoping
that's
for,
where I
but-
was going, and we should make sure we coordinate with our labor unions to make sure, because people are going to want to know if they need to show up and if they're getting paid and how that's all going to work, and we're going to want to make sure that, disaster worker designation has a lot of leniency, but we want to make sure we're good.
Judy's been working on that quite a bit. She's pulled down there are some counties that are a little bit further ahead of us on the planning, and they tend to be more north. The planning aligned more with how these events are anticipated to happen with PG&E from the north coast into the northern valley and down through our area. So Shasta and Tehama County got the training from PG&E about a month and a half before we did. So Tehama County happens to have board ordinances already adopted on what will happen with personnel, payroll, those kinds of things. So we pulled some examples like that, and we'll be bringing these into the work group on the Thursdays that we meet to discuss those very things. Communication protocols, so our employees will know how and when will they be notified, so they're not just waiting out there for a shutdown to happen. They'll know what the protocols are as well, provided we get them built out before an event happens. And we've tried to align the next 3 meetings in advance of an event. We're anticipated to be more really in the high-risk time frame right around September, October. So we'll certainly include you in on that planning. And before I leave that topic, I want to mention, the communication piece. When we went to the PG&E presentation, they were quite specific that when there was a shutdown, that one PG&E employee was going to contact all of the elected officials for every agency that was shut down, starting with the counties. So I took liberties expecting that you would rather hear from me than a PG&E worker about the shutdown, and that a PG&E employee wouldn't be able to answer your questions. So I asked them for our county to notify us, and that I would coordinate the notification with you, so that we didn't end up at the end of the line of one PG&E employee, for example, trying Supervisor Toffanelli and not getting him, and then moving on, and then not making it back to him for 2 hours. I'd much rather have us focus on the communication with you to let you know we've got a red flag warning, we're on it, we're standing up the operations center or not, depending on the information we have, and then you can decide as a board whether you'll, if we activate, if you'll come in. But there's probably a piece we should discuss as well about how our communication would flow as well, and how we're going to manage that piece that obviously won't be part of the discussion.
I have 2 other quick questions, sorry. How are we identifying people who are most fragile, people who need electricity for perhaps medical purposes? How are we going to identify those people, and what are we going to do there?
So there's a couple ways that we've been working on identifying those folks. Health and Human Services does have an inventory of known fragile folks, and so they maintain that list. And PG&E as well, they have a medical baseline program, and we are working our way through a non-disclosure agreement with them at this time, so that we have access to that information. I suspect that information will be more complete than the self-reporting. Just for the mere fact of medical baseline, PG&E actually gives them a discount, so there's a reward for them to identify that way. So I think more people will identify to PG&E than they will to us.
And we figure that with that list, we will, if every day and it's over 100 degrees, we will send our disaster workers out in some form to check and make sure people are okay?
Yes, sir, that is correct. As well as PG&E has committed to a notification process. They actually, for their identified fragile, they require contact, and it comes in. They'll start with the home phone number. If they can't get anybody on the phone number, they go to the secondary phone number. If they can't do that, they actually send someone out and leave a door hanger and ask them to call back, and then they circle back in on that as well.
Okay.
But that will be a large amount of our disaster service folks will be out literally checking on those on that population for us to ensure that they don't have an immediate medical need.
Thank you. And one last question that will come out of my district quickly. What's PG&E going to do about the people who lose thousands of dollars of meat and supplies in their freezers after 5 days?
That I do not know. I won't be pretentious to answer for
Are they
PG&E.
talking about it at all?
They have been talking about it, and I don't believe they intend to have any kind of reimbursement.
I've heard if there is a reimbursement, there's a cap on it, so that's why I went and bought a generator for my freezers specifically.
Sure, I mean, if you're a good stopper and you picked up a couple pigs at fair, you do not want that thing going down.
Either that, or we're going to have a good barbecue down here. And that brings up a good point. We have been, one of our internal partners is economic development, who sits next to us, so we're co-located in an office. And we've been very supportive of each other, and in working with the Health and Human Services side that regulates, temperature of the goods and how long they can last and things like that. And that's why the framework that you saw is, I don't want to say vague, but it's scalable. If we have a 24-hour shutdown and it happens on a Sunday, the only people that are probably going to be at work are me and my staff. We're going to stand up the EOC to make sure that the power is back on, and if it gets delayed, then we're going to move and scale it out. Now, if it's Wednesday and it's going to be 4 or 5 days long, that's going to drastically affect the footprint of our initial operation. So the plan's meant to be scalable and to address the size of the event.
For no plans of reimbursement from PG&E. So, okay, thank you.
So if I might touch on something while we're there, John mentioned the scalability. It's going to be day-to-day decision-making when there's a PSP event. If it's 85 degrees and it's windy, that's going to be, wind is going to be one of the key factors. But if it's 85 degrees and we don't have AC, we'll be able to, bring staff in longer. If it's 107 degrees, getting down to 92 at night, we're going to have an entirely different protocol on how we're going to have to handle with the department heads, how we monitor temperature, when we send people home, whether we're going to adjust hours and start at 6 and work till 10, and if we'll even be able to manage that in a work appropriate way for our staff. So, we're contemplating that. We just can't plan it out because we don't know when it'll happen, but I think that's why we'll need daily briefings to assess what is the situation on this day, how long might we be able to work, what are essential functions, and how are we going to make sure that when we go home, and I'll use the larger we, when everybody goes home at the end of the day, did we shut down with the same amount of people that came in the morning? And that's going to be a big priority for us daily. And it literally will just be day to day and until we get through it. That's the scalability piece on our side of it.
Supervisor Mills, you've been patient. Thank you.
Yes, I think it's very important that we use you as our single point of contact to this board. If you feel that you need to call an emergency meeting or that you need to have information dissected out to the group, it's rather than overwhelm John or overwhelm other people with questions, it'd be better for us to just come in through the CAO's office and use that as our vehicle. Secondly, the fire districts have asked to be sure that they're included in where are the elderly, where are the indigent in their areas, especially for those that are oxygen dependent. It's going to be very important for them because, as you know, Copper Fire and Ebbets Pass, they have paramedics, so they could go out and do a lot of additional work that normal districts could not do. But I think there's going to have to be an integration of the information with them as well. If there needs to be MOUs signed or whatever, I'd ask that get done. The other thing is that could you speak for a moment to those people who do not live in Calaveras County at what address they're supposed to use?
We need their home address or their address in the county, which may not be their home address. It may be their cabin address or their vacation home address. But we need to know primarily where that is because that's going to be the basis of their notification. If they're in Murphy's, they don't need to know necessarily about a fire in Valley Springs unless it's covered a lot of ground. But if they live in Valley Springs and they're worried about their cabin in Murphy's, we need to know which address, and most of them don't have to in the same county. Most of them are outside the county and then come up here. But we need the address in the county so that we can notify them regarding that particular address.
And I know you've had some people sign up that
Give
use
us
their
some addresses in San Jose or Stockton. And we're not going to have very accurate emergency information for those locations.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Supervisor Topper?
Can you bring up the Calaveras fire threat map again, please?
Yes, sir.
It's a ways back. Okay, it's in yellow up there for your tier 2, orange on my map, and then red's your tier 3, which is your highest prone areas. Now, I'm assuming the white areas are what would be a tier 1?
Yes.
Beyond that, in the Valley Springs area between Pardee and New Hogan, you're showing a substantial area of white there, and even down through Rancho Calaveras there near Hogan, not in its entirety. Are those on a different grid, and will those be in power when the rest is shut down?
So what I found through my personal experience from one grid to the next, literally those grids may run on one side of the street. So if you live on 122 Don't Walk Street, you may have power, and if you live on the other side of Walk Street at 123, you may not.
I've dealt with it in that area quite a bit.
So the other variable in my inability to answer that question accurately is that depending on the transmission lines, because also this year they began shutting down transmission lines. So they may have a transmission line that runs through this red area here, but carries power to here. And if they shut the transmission line off here, there's not going to be any power there.
Understood, yeah. And you're very right that one side of the street and not the other, because parts of Lock and Tenna, per se, in Gary's district are on one part of the grid, and then the other parts are on a different entire grid. So I see it consistently throughout the summer. One grid's a little more volatile than the other.
That's the distinction on this map, though, is these are the threat levels. They're not necessarily a shutdown map. When there's an incident, we'll be able to log in and see the actual shutdown map, which is what makes each incident a bit fluid too, because we might have parts of our county operation that, because not everybody's here on campus, that actually have power and others that don't. And so we've been working with partners. As an example, some of our departments are working with out-of-county partners so that we could send staff there. As an example, probation has made arrangements with San Joaquin County that if their power's out, they can send folks down there and do, court-type work that's electronic-based. We've also worked with some of our partners, like Angels Camp as an example. If they're on and we're off, can we send essential personnel there to, as you know, they have a very big city hall, and they can take on a lot. Obviously they don't, but they can take on, if we had to send some essential staff there, they're willing to do that. So we're looking for options on where we might be able to send people pending the shut-off map, and once we get to see that particular incident and what's shut off.
Thank you, gentlemen. I can see you're really doing your homework, and I appreciate the time you put into this situation.
Thank you.
Supervisor Callaway had questions.
PG&E is saying that they want the public to sign up on their notification system. So what message is that sending? We're trying to encourage people to do Calaveras Alert, and yet PG&E is saying sign up on theirs. So are we saying you should sign up on both, or is Calaveras Alert going to take the lead on behalf of the residents of Calaveras?
So my recommendation would be to sign up for both. Make sure that your information is accurate with both. And the reason for that is there may be a power shutoff that does not rise to the level of a PSPS. A drunk driver hits a pole and 500 residents are affected by a loss of power because of that pole. PG&E will actually use the same technology that we're using, GIS mapping, to contact the people within that service area with their information that PG&E holds. So by signing up with PG&E or make sure your information is correct with them, you'll get those notifications that we won't. We don't get notified in those circumstances. Most of the time we know just because of our operational area and our partners, but that direct notification would come from PG&E.
But for PSPS, I mean, it's a whole lot different than somebody hits a power pole.
Right. And so the flip side of that coin is say we have some other event that's not a PSPS. If they are signed up with PG&E and not with us, they won't receive those notifications. Much like the power outage for a pole being down, we're not going to notify, but PG&E will. So they're not interchangeable completely, and that's why I recommend both.
So if it's a PSPS, we will use Everbridge,
Yes.
even
we
if
will.
it's 48 hours ahead of time.
PG&E is going to push out their message 48 hours ahead of time. We will probably be somewhere in that neighborhood the first time, but we may not use Everbridge to do that first notification, because at that point we'll still have power.
So I'm really not clear on what we say to the public. I mean, every time I'm out, it's, oh, you know, have you signed up for Calaveras Alert, Calaveras? So now we should be saying Calaveras Alert and PG&E?
In the narrow circumstance of PSPS, yes, ma'am. They should be updating their information with
Okay,
both.
so when we notify people through Calaveras Alert, are we doing it by zone? Because you mentioned, you know, shelter services and so forth, that goes by zone. So will people be notified by zone then?
I hope so. The reason I say I hope so, PG&E has promised that they are going to push out information packages to us in the form of a shapefile. That shapefile will be able to take it and lay it over our evacuation map, and that will determine the zone that you're speaking of each. Or by zone, you're talking about the 2 by 2 mile square in our.
That little blue
Yes.
guy on
Yep.
my page, whatever.
So we'll actually take what PG&E sends us, lay it over our evacuation system. Well,
Right.
our awesome IT guys will. And then we'll know who is signed up within that area, and we'll push the message out to them that way.
The main point is the Calaveras Alert is our branded communication system. We're the only ones who have control over that. We don't have any control over the information that PG&E has. To get the best, most updated information, it's best if they're, in the case of a PSPS, that they're both on PG&E and our notification system. However, our notification system goes well beyond PSPS and will be used for any number of other issues, whether it's fire, flood,
Earthquake.
potentially heat warnings if they became extreme. So it's our only way in a PSPS to be able to push out to the countywide, here's what you need to know. And same for fire. And PG&E's taken no responsibility, whether they started or not, for notifying their customers when there's a fire, unless there happens to be a PSPS shutdown along with it. So our system is going to be far more robust and a better communication system for our citizens.
So if we have a heat wave and we want to tell people where there's shelters, we have to do it through Calaveras Alert and through the zone system.
Yes, ma'am. And other outlets. We can utilize more than just Calaveras Alert, but Calaveras Alert would be one of the preferred methods.
So when do they decide if it's a transmission shutdown or if it's just a distribution shutdown? Did they explain that?
They did not, in the sense of if it is in an area that they decide to de-energize, it is my understanding that they are going to de-energize both transmission and distribution.
That's significantly different audience. I mean, it's a much bigger audience.
Yes, ma'am. And can affect people that normally wouldn't experience any kind of shutdown, like down in the valley, like, the middle of Stockton or Galt. And if the transmission line is large enough, even farther.
And that
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That eliminates the problem of the length of time it will be off. If the event is 24 hours or 48 hours, and you have a transmission line up here and it carries it all the way down here and past, they have to check all those lines before they turn anything on at all. So it's not like it was just this area right here and the transmission line was here down Paloma Road or whatever. They don't have that much to check. But the further away and the larger the transmission and how far it goes, it could be a week and a half before they turn it back on.
And PG&E, they have to lay human eyes on every bit of line.
Yes.
Now,
Make sure.
to that end, an important thing to know is, say at 9:30 the wind event or the red flag mooring ceases, 9:30 p.m. the winds subside. They are not going to begin those inspections until daylight the next day. Now, to PG&E's credit, they do invest significantly in resources. In my experience with the actual power shutdown, there were troublemen stacked in every parking lot nearby, and as soon as they said, okay, begin inspecting, they did. They had as many as 18 helicopters on standby, and I think they only used about 3 or 4, but they once the decision was made to re-energize, it was about 4.5 hours to re-energize before that, when that inspection took place. It was, they put a lot of resources to it. So that being said, we do have some pretty rugged country that is going to be accessible only by air or, walking it or a UTV. And depending on the weather conditions, there's a lot of moving parts behind that, behind re-energizing those lines. And that's why we need to be in lockstep with PG&E and abreast of that situation so we can make decisions based on what they think their time frame is going to be.
Yeah, I share the concerns that Supervisor Garamendi and Mills brought up. In your statements about how we can contact the elderly or people that are in need, oxygen or what have you, but there are a lot of elderly people that aren't on PG&E's list because they don't utilize any of that. There's a lot that aren't on our list that could be sitting there for a week not knowing what's going on in heats. So I have some concerns with that and being able to get this information out to them. And the other critical part to that is that it's very critical that we maintain power here at the county, especially for OES and the vital departments that we need to keep open in that time. With that concern, you spoke of testing generators. How many generators did you test, or do we have? Do we have just one generator? Do we have 2, 5?
That particular test was for the generator for this building that's outside.
The big old diesel one?
Yes.
Yeah, the ones, yeah.
Yeah.
But
and then what we've done as well with that is, based on that, we've identified the need to make sure that that stays in operation and in operating order, and we fire it up actually once a month.
Well, the concern I have is, and it was brought up by Supervisor Stopper, is many people are buying generators for this particular public safety power turn-off, shutdown. You mentioned only one fueling company here, and I'm sure they're going to be getting calls from people to come fill their generators and keep them stocked. My concern is setting up a program as to how long our generator will run on a fill-up and how soon we have them coming back or making a phone call. We don't want it to run out of fuel and shut us down.
Right.
And it could be at the most critical time that we need to be running, and then we're running around and we don't have a generator, we don't have power, because the guy that's responsible driving the fuel truck is fueling somewhere else at the time. So it's very critical that that program is set up to make sure we have a program that maintains the fuel and maintains the power on here, because that's the notification to everybody and everything that's going on.
Correct. And one of the things that we're looking at, unfortunately, is going outside our normal sphere. and finding a vendor that is willing to come from basically far away to ensure that we have an alternate source of fuel. Because the fuel guys, the one fuel company around here is going to be busy.
They are. That's correct.
Yes.
Absolutely so.
And just to add to that real quick, I appreciate it, contracting with those and getting priority in the contract, because we are part of the emergency services. The power outage may not be the only thing we're going through. If we have a fire start anyways from something else during one of these events, we need to be capable of outgoing. Sorry for interrupting, Gary.
Fine, go ahead.
Yeah, and to that end, with our response partners, including CAL FIRE and some of the other fire districts here, we may be able to lean on our external partners to assist in that, literally borrowing and shuttling fuel between places depending on the scope of what's taking place. So that's part of the important part about building those relationships with our external partners is identifying where we can share resources and where we can help each other out.
So we are working on external contracts that would, to the extent that we can, get that priority. Your first question was about generators. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but I saw Stan come in. Stan and Patrick Martin deserve a lot of credit for being out in front of this. Stan's been far more than just an IT guy and thinking about this, but Patrick's been very proactive. We've purchased some generators. We've gotten switches on buildings so that we can plug in. I'll get the exact number and I'll send it in a written update. But it won't just be this building. That's not the only generator we have. That just happens to be the most significant one because we have the PSPS war room or whatever we're going to call it on that. And then the number one priority generator is the one that will run our IT system. So all of our network will get the priority on fuel, and we'll establish a fuel priority on down from that. So our communication systems, as best they can with the lack of power, will still have ways to push out information to the public, provided, and of course Stan's in the room, if I say anything that's inaccurate, he'll correct it, but that's our first priority so that we can link with our public as best we can, and then we'll move out from there on legally mandated services and then essential services, and that's how we'll prioritize the fuel as well if we get limited.
Well, it's critical, not so much with the gasoline engines, but a diesel engine, if it runs out of fuel, it's not just put fuel in it and start it up. It takes, you have to bleed everything out, and you have to get the system full. So it's not just turn it back on. It's going to take some time. So.
And if you could make the wineries the top priority, how about that? Economic engine of the county.
I don't think they're included in shutdowns.
Cooling center, it's underground, it's cool, there's beverages.
I would argue that the wine industry is about a quarter of the cattle industry, but cows don't need air conditioning.
Yeah.
We could burn cow, yeah. If no further questions, John, thank you very much for all your work. Appreciate it. I think we all appreciated the input.
I appreciate your time. Thank you, guys.
This is not an action item, but public comment. Al, you've been standing there patiently.
It's Al Sagala, Taxpayer Association. I think we're doing a great job for our county offices and our emergency services, but there's only a little comment. Ben Stopper hit the nail on the head. He bought an emergency generator. We've got about 12,000, well, more than 12,000 households in our county. At least there's 12,000 cable subscribers. And it seemed like every one of those should have a backup generator. And what I'm learning so far, it looks like it's better fueled by propane than gasoline or diesel. So it might be an opportunity now to gather information for the taxpayers and the voters and the public about what are the sources and costs for a generator, and how long do you think how long a delay before they can have one installed. In other words, get on top of the the private generator situation, because for the people, that's the most important thing. If you turn off power for a day or two and they have an emergency generator that goes on automatically, no big deal, no problem. But people that like to cook and then put aside some of the delicious food they make so they can have it another day, and then lose everything in the freezer because they didn't think about getting an emergency generator? Hey, that's pretty serious. So if you can possibly work with PG&E, get the experts to provide information for the public like this, so that they can make intelligent decisions on getting their own generator. That's 12,000 generators. That's pretty serious. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there other public comment? Seeing none, I'll thank John again. Thank you very much for your work, and we will continue on with the meeting. We may take a 2-minute break. That way you guys get set up. Welcome back to the August 13th Board of Supervisors meeting. We are going to be doing item 26, 27, and 28. They're all related, so we will, the clerk will read off the items, and then I will open a single public hearing so we could hear them all at the same time and listen to the applicant. And then when we close the public hearing, we will then return and vote on each of these items. Madam Clerk.
Item 26 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt an ordinance approving zoning amendment 2018-048 for APN 054-014-019 located at 90 Rock Creek Road, Copperopolis, from C2 General Commercial to C2 PD General Commercial Plan Development for Continue LP. Item 27 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution approving Plan Development Permit 2018-048 for APN 054-014-019 located at 90 Rock Creek Road, Copperopolis for Continue LP. And item 28 from the Planning Department is to adopt a resolution approving 2018-048 TPM for APN 054-014-019 located at 90 Rock Creek Road, Copperopolis for Continue LP.
Thank you very much. I will now open a hearing on item 26, 27, and 28. Mr. Mauer.
I'll just turn it right over to my capable staff, Madeline Flandreau.
Good afternoon, Madeline Flandreau, Planner 2. Just to reiterate, there are 3 actions for project 2018-048. Items 26, 27, and 28 are linked. There are 3 separate resolutions for each action, one for each action, and I'll present the project in its entirety, presenting each action in order of approval. So project number 2018-048 is a zoning amendment, plan development permit, and tentative parcel map for Continue LP. The applicant is requesting approval of a zoning amendment from C2 General Commercial to C2-PD, which is adding the plan development combining zone, as well as a plan development permit and a tentative parcel map to allow for a condominium conversion of an existing 20,000 square foot commercial structure into a single commercial condominium. No changes or improvements are proposed to the existing structure, and no additional development is proposed. Project location, the parcel APN 054-014-019 is located at 90 Rock Creek Road in Copperopolis at the northwest corner of the intersection of State Route 4 and Rock Creek Road. The aerial view, the 6.36 acre developed lot contains the commercial structure, which is surrounded by asphalt parking. The structure contains 10 suites, which are currently occupied with commercial tenants, and is served by an on-site well and on-site septic system. This is a photo, Google Street image of the encroachment onto Rock Creek Road. Zoning and land use, the adjacent parcel to the north is zoned AP, Agricultural Preserve, and the parcels across Rock Creek Road and Highway 4 are zoned AP, General Agriculture. The parcel to the west is developed with a single-family residence, and commercial, industrial, and residential uses on Main Street in Copperopolis are directly across State Route 4 to the southeast. The existing general plan land use designation for the parcel is Copperopolis Community Center. And the proposed designation is commercial. The proposed condominium conversion is consistent with the general plan in that it is a continued commercial use that is permitted by right. One of the purposes of the plan development combining zone is to provide flexibility for condominium development. Pursuant to County Code Chapter 1750, the PD combining zone is required for condominiums which utilize density transfer and common areas to create parcels that are smaller than the minimum size permitted by the general plan. The plan development performance standards of Chapter 1750, such as parking and landscaping, are applicable to this project. So in order to ensure that the current use is meeting the standards of the plan development combining zone, a plan development permit is also being processed with this application. The site is developed and no additional development is being proposed. Therefore, it is already in compliance with the performance standards of the C2 zone. In 2006, a parking and landscaping plan was approved, which demonstrated compliance with the county's requirements for the C2 zone. The performance standards for the PD differ slightly with regards to square footage of landscaping required. However, the existing landscaping that was approved in 2006 far exceeded the requirements under the C2 standards, and therefore it meets the requirements of Chapter 1750 for the plan development permit. Parcel maps are required for the creation of a commercial condominium pursuant to the California Commercial and Industrial Common Interest Development Act. In addition, the project must comply with the requirements of County Code Chapter 16.01, which states that a parcel map shall be required for a subdivision when the land consists of a parcel or parcels having commercial zoning, frontage on a county or state road, no dedications or improvements are necessary, and that the Planning Commission finds that the road is in standard condition. This project meets all of those requirements, and the Commission did make the finding at the public hearing on July 11th that Rock Creek Road, being a county-maintained road, is in standard condition. The conversion of an existing structure to a condominium is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15301 for existing facilities, Part K, which states that the division of existing multifamily or single-family residences into common interest ownership and subdivision of existing commercial or industrial buildings where no physical changes occur which are not otherwise exempt. The circulation of the project did not result in any agency concerns and revealed no environmental effects. So in conclusion, the proposed condominium conversion would convert an existing permitted land use, being a 20,000 square foot commercial structure, into a single condominium unit. No physical changes or change in land use are proposed. So the subdivision would remain in compliance with the zoning classification and the general plan land use designation for the parcel. Access to the site is adequate without need for improvements. In addition, the Planning Commission voted in favor of the project as proposed. There was no public comment on the project, and the applicant was present and agreed with the favorable recommendation. And I believe the owner of Continue LP, Jay Lang, is here today if you have additional questions for him. And that's my presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Lang, would you have anything you'd like to say?
Yes, I am Jay Lang, Continue LP. I just want to say to Peter and Madeline, thank you for their tolerance of me pushing this through and their creative ways of trying to figure out how this process was supposed to go together. So that's all I want to say, and they've done a great job.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Supervisor Callaway?
In the conversion process, when you go into condominiums, is there a maintenance agreement for the paving, the landscaping, the outside, so forth?
There will be a common area maintenance agreement, yes, for all the common area maintenance and all that.
Right. So does that become part of the record? Or is it that we just, no offense, we just take his word for it, that it's going to happen? Is there a way that it's codified? I mean, if it was in there and I missed it, my apologies.
Checking the conditions of approval on the parcel map. Typically, there is a requirement that, I'm sorry. We don't have a condition that requires that. It's certainly something we could add if you felt it was necessary. In this case, I think it's to the benefit of the property owner if he wishes to lease out the, or sell the building to have, to maintain the common area, the parking lot landscaping. If we want to add a condition, we can certainly craft something that would.
I mean, I understand that. It's to his benefit, but in 10 years or 15 years and something happens in the landscape, and it's, well, we're still basing it on a handshake and his or her, whatever, good intentions. It's like having road agreements on private roads.
There will be a board, I'm sorry, if I don't mind interrupting, sir. There will be, I'm sorry. There will be a board established of the homeowners, or not homeowners, I'm sorry, property owners.
Right.
That will be there, that actually will be in charge of the maintenance and agreement and going on there. And I can't say this for sure because I don't know, but I understood that the state in itself required that as part of the process. And quite honestly, I can't, I mean, I wouldn't buy one if I didn't have an agreement for maintenance and care for the property for the future and everything else, but.
But there is none, if I'm hearing Mr. Mauer correctly, and, I mean, I can't answer if the state requires it, but.
We have not recommended that a condition to that effect be applied to this. Again, is the Subdivision Map Act, the Common Area Act has a lot of requirements that the state mandates for developers of condominium units, both for commercial as well as residential. They do have to have agreements between the property owners. I don't know that we have the capacity to be reviewing those types of agreements at our level. We can certainly require that they submit the maintenance agreement to the county before it's recorded to ensure that something like that exists.
I guess I'm looking at the fact that if we have, parcel splits and subdivisions and roads are private, and we've learned from a lot of experience that who's going to maintain that road. And I'm just trying to look to the future so something is avoided. But, I mean, I wouldn't buy it unless I knew, but, that's easy for us to say today. There's a project in front of us. I'm just thinking in 15 or 20 years when something needs to be done, well, who does it? Or board members leave, or there's an internal fight. And unless it's codified in some way, that's just my recommendation, but, that's, I guess if you don't want to do it, and the county doesn't care, and the supervisor doesn't care.
Well, I can assure you I will do it because, one, it comes back on me in the future if something happens without an agreement for maintenance and common areas.
But if you sell the project, you know, it's sold off, and we're now 15 years down the road, and the plants have all died, and the landscaping, and I want to sell my condominium building, and I voiced my opinion. I think it's not good business not to have one.
I thoroughly agree. And again, I'm not sure, I believe the requirements of the state are that they have to have one, since there is common area walls.
But there's, Mr. Mauer, the requirements are if he was building from scratch. He's not building from scratch, he's doing a conversion.
Right.
So, you know, it's pretty now, and it's nice now, and everybody's happy now. But we all know we've had enough of them in front of us that things happen, and unless you have rules of the road for such an expensive complex project, that's...
And just so you're aware, Supervisor Callaway, there is 2 more buildings that were proposed to be approved to actually be built there also. So it's not just in that one, there's a whole project of it. So but I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there other questions from the board? And we will move on to public comment for the hearing.
Yeah,
Segala?
Al Segala, I'm a real estate broker, and I think there is requirements by the state and under the Subdivision Map Act in order for him to have the parcels recorded, because he's actually subdividing the property, even though it's parts of the building. And normally the county doesn't get concerned with that because it's covered by state law, and it can't be recorded without what they call a white paper. So I don't think there's concern, though I do understand your thinking, and if that weren't true, there could be a problem in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mills?
Vicki Mills. I understand he has a water source with a well on the property. My question is that well going to be able to handle the sprinkler system that he's going to have to do? Or is he going to have a secondary, say, storage tank or something for the sprinkler system? Because it's state law, everything has to be sprinklers now.
Thank you. Ms. Cora?
I think that there should be an agreement between all parties, like most condominiums have, where the property is kept up to date as a group, rather than, I don't know the proper terminology, I'm sorry, but it should be kept up as a group. There's some kind of organization that takes care of the landscaping and the outdoors.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any final comments, Mr. Mauer?
So I agree with Supervisor Callaway that typically with the residential subdivision, we want to make sure that roads are maintained, particularly those that are serve a public interest of public safety. In this case, it's not a whole lot different than we would have with the approval of a new commercial building where we require landscaping up front, but we don't go back and monitor their landscaping 5, 10, 20 years later on that. We could put a condition in if you felt appropriate, and I'll just offer this as an option. A common area maintenance agreement shall be recorded concurrently with the recording of the parcel map. That's something that you felt was appropriate. We could certainly add that condition just to ensure that whatever maintenance agreement he has will be recorded, so it's part of the record, so that any other owner of that parcel, it's between the the different property owners involved. So if there's, in this case, one building with one owner and the rest of the land is owned by another party, then to ensure that there's some fair share of the maintenance requirement there, that's what we'd be looking at. As far as the sprinklers, the applicant did receive a letter from the fire district. We received a letter from the fire district when we first circulated this project several months ago. All of the communication from all of the agencies was relayed to the owner, so they have a copy of that. There were concerns that the fire district had raised as far as future expansion of the site. There's room for additional buildings. Since the original submittal, the application has been modified so that it's only the existing building that we're dealing with at this point in time. I don't know the fire codes enough to know if this conversion would require retrofitting of the structure, but whatever needs to be done has to be done under the fire code. It has nothing to do with what we're doing today on this as far as the parcel map is concerned. So if there are changes necessary to the building because of the condominium conversion due to the fire codes or building codes, that's going to have to be done regardless of what happens today.
Supervisor Mills, your district.
Thank you. I think that state law is fairly well written when it comes to common areas and the responsibilities on subdivision map acts. We don't need to add an additional statement in here to accomplish the goals that the state has already clearly stated. Secondly, when it comes to building codes, fire codes, whatever, that's separate from the land use. That's another conversation for another day. So, we're only talking about the land use designation, the zoning, and that's it. And whether or not this fits within the requirements. And it does fit within those requirements. To do anything different, that'd be totally counterproductive to the goals. So if you're looking for a motion or if there's any further comment.
We're still in the hearing. I'm going to close up the hearing when we're done. Thank you for your comments. Anything else? Counselor, you good?
I was just going to chime in on many of the things after the entitlement is awarded. I see this as being similar to like a homeowners association. There are commercial owners associations that are created and are vetted through the Department of Real Estate prior to any of the condominiums being sold. So there are CC&Rs for commercial condominiums that are put into place, and a lot of times those go through the issues that were brought up by Supervisor Callaway, and that is a process that is done at the Department of Real Estate.
Supervisor Stopper, you have a statement? Very well.
I just concur with Mr. Mills that these other things have no bearing on our decision, so go ahead and do it, Jack.
Hearing is closed. We will return. Now we will take on each of these items and have a vote. Number 26. Do we need to read them again, Madam Clerk? Or, if we don't need to, we could just call it.
Okay, call it.
I've already read them once. So item 26, which is zoning amendment. Is there a motion or further discussion?
I'll move the item.
Item is moved by Supervisor Mills. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Move to item 27, which is the resolution for the permit. Is that correct?
Resolution for the plan development permit.
The plan development permit. Is there any discussion? Excuse me, do I need to have public comment on each of these items?
No.
Already did through the hearing. Okay, good. So is there a resolution? Is there a motion?
I will move the item.
Item is moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Item 28. Another resolution. So,
For the parcel map.
for the parcel map, thank you, sorry. I can't see these things, my eyes are blurred. So 28, is there Any further discussion or a motion?
I'll move the resolution approving the tentative parcel map.
Thank you very much. Moved by Supervisor Mills. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. We will take a 2-minute break.
Make it 3.
Is from the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, the appointment of applicants to serve on various citizen advisory boards, committees, and commissions. Today, you have before you 2 applications for 2 separate vacancies. The first is on the Parks and Recreation Commission. It's 1 vacancy for a term expiring 12/31/2019. For a District 3 representative, we have an application from Mark Hall. The other is for the Public Educational and Governmental Television, or PEG TV Commission, 1 vacancy for a term expiring 12/31/2022 for a District 2 representative, and we have an application from Bill Vieira.
Excuse me. Any questions from the board on this item? Any public comment on this item? Very well, bring it back to the board. Is there a motion or further discussion?
I'll move this item.
Moved by Supervisor Toffenelli. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Callaway. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, such as mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
Supervisor Callaway, would you like to go first this time?
Nothing to report.
Supervisor Mills?
I'll be meeting with Supervisor Rutherford this Thursday. And next Thursday, I've got a meeting with Army Corps to go over the spillway at New Maloney's. So we'll ask Mr. Alt if he would like to attend as well, if he's interested. But it's only to put the public at ease that this is not the Oroville spillway and everything is fine. But we're going to have a chance to look at it firsthand with the state geologist. That's all I have.
Thank you. Supervisor Stopper?
Last week, Wednesday, I sat in on the COG meeting for both our other supervisors were absent, so I got to bear the load for both of them.
She paid double?
No, unfortunately, but it's going well, and I do appreciate all the work that these 2 gentlemen have put in the past with COG and everything, and I'm very comfortable with the work they're doing over there. And then also, I would like to do a poll of the board, just for a discussion in the future, on how we're going to proceed in the future with direction of the board, how we're going to delegate that out in the future, so as once the board is given direction, and whether or not any one supervisor has the ability to give direction on their own, and we should have that discussion in the future. I'm not saying we need to have this tomorrow, but there's issues sometimes that happen where some things, you can do a request of a department, but there's other things that direction at one supervisor, it should be direction of the board in its consensus. And then also, once direction has been given, how do we follow up on accountability so that, let's say the CAO has purview over that.
and how would we insert that discussion into a board meeting in the future, possibly on a study session? I would.
Didn't you all already do something like that? Don't you have, where if you spend more than 4 hours as to be approved by the board, or depending?
Yeah,
What is
what I want to caution the board of getting into much substantive discussion here, since this is purely a poll, but I did want to remind the board that this might be something about potentially updating the board rules and procedures, because the current board rules and procedures, Rule 43, discusses board member referrals to staff. And it says board members should work through the county administrative officer on all referrals to staff and on placing items of interest on the agenda for future consideration. If the county administrative officer determines the referral, constituent request, and/or project involves a significant amount of staff time, historically we've kind of tied 4 hours to that, but we took that specific time limit out of the board rules the last time we updated it. It goes on to say other resource commitments and/or is a departure from established county or departmental policy, the county administrative officer may poll the board and/or agendize an informational item to request direction and approval from the board prior to starting work. And then board members are encouraged to discuss referrals which may require significant resources with the chair and the county administrative officer. So that's what our current board rule says. So if we want to have something more formalized as far as tracking and how items are brought forward for accountability, we can certainly discuss updating the board rules and Rule 43 in particular to meet the board's desires.
Supervisor Stopper, are you suggesting that we take a look at the rules, or maybe narrow down a little bit better our focus so we figure out what this agenda item is?
Yeah, maybe narrow down our focus a little bit more. I mean, I understand where county council is saying the Rule 43 and how it applies. I think that somewhat addresses some of my concerns, but maybe revisiting the rules, but I don't want to redo the entire rules once again. There's different ways to address this, and that's why I'm looking on consensus how we want to address it and not getting into specifics so much on that.
Well, Supervisor Stopper, having survived doing the rules before, I still have a little PTSD from that, so excuse my hesitance. But maybe we could work together and we could define and narrow down a little bit more so we could get to where you're trying to get to.
Absolutely. This isn't something that needs to be done tomorrow, but I think for accountability and some of the other issues in the future that this is a good discussion. So okay. I could appreciate bringing it back next time as a poll after we refine it.
Yeah, let's you and I sit down and we'll talk a little bit more closely about what you exactly we're trying to get, and we'll figure out how to make that.
I appreciate it.
Supervisor Toffanelli.
I have nothing to report. I spent no county money.
Thank you. I have nothing to report, but I do want, I'd spend no money according to AB 1234. Certainly not the counties. We'll pay for our own gas. But I will be meeting on Thursday morning with the insurance commissioner, California. I was invited down by a fire chief in West Point who was working with the fire chief in Amador County. So they wanted to have some representative. I will be going down with CAO Alt and our OES director. We will tell them about our problems with insurance and try to advocate for them to do something about that. This is an issue that RCRC has been taking on. This is an issue that Placer has gone and met with them, El Dorado, Tuolumne. So we're joining a long train to try to raise the volume and maybe get some action on behalf of the Department of Insurance. So if you have specific things you'd like me to discuss, if you could talk to me after the meeting, I'm happy to carry whatever do, but I will report back afterwards, and we'll also probably post something if we learn anything on the OES website. So, COO.
The only thing I'd like to add, along with your announcement, is that the number one thing that I've heard from the public as I've gone out and done different engagements has been the concerns about insurance. It's the number one thing from all of our constituents that I've interacted with, followed closely behind by potholes, but you know that's always an important issue. So if insurance and rates and cancellations have gotten above that in the level of importance, that's how big a deal it is in our county. So it'll be a good opportunity for us. I hope it'll be fruitful. It hasn't been for other counties, but I think between the contingent we're taking, maybe we'll be the ones that are the influencers, or not.
Council? Madam Clerk? Very well, this meeting is adjourned.